Test, test. Good evening, everybody. This is the Paso City Council regular agenda meeting for February 20 at 5:30. We'll go ahead and begin with roll call. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bausch.
Present.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Roden is not present. Councilmember Strong is not present. Mayor Hammond.
Here. Okay, so we have a quorum. All right, on the agenda tonight for closed session, we have two items. I'll let our legal counsel, Elizabeth Hull, go ahead and let us know what we're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll be going into closed session on two items. The first is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, it is the case of Steinbeck Vineyards, number 1 LLC et al. Versus the County of San Luis Obispo, et al., which includes the city. And then the second item is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, which is significant exposure to litigation, one case. The city has received a cease and desist letter regarding modifications to the paid parking program, alleging violations of the Brown Act and other laws. And those will be the items.
Okay, very good. We'll open it up then to public comment regarding the closed session matters. Please line up if you have something to go ahead and say. Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Julie Tacker. And first of all, I'd like to say that I think it's unfortunate that you don't have a full council tonight. Your city is broken into districts, and those two people are not here to represent their district in a very important evening. Lots of important items on your agenda. So just want to make that statement. I'd like to speak specifically to the second closed session item, the anticipated litigation associated with the cease and desist. I concur that you should cease and desist agendizing things for discussion and then taking action. That was my perception of watching the meeting in November, and I'm sorry that you did that. And it's actually been a good thing because it's shined a light on a problem. And that problem is that a larger issue that is also potentially litigious, in that your ordinance is illegal. Clearly from the agenda items tonight, you're going to try to fix that. But the crux of the matter is that you have been collecting fees from parking patrons, which is all of us. We all park in Paso Robles. And you only want to pay back 1 year's worth of revenue. If you discovered that the county assessor had been overtaxing you on your property tax for 5 years, if PG&E had been billing you excessively for 5 years, Southern California Gas, you name it, any utility, would you be satisfied with 1 year's reimbursement for the fees that had been paid? I think not. And I hope as you go forward tonight and through your conversations, both in closed session and open session, that you consider that you wouldn't stand for 1 year's repayment for your personal bills and the bills you paid. And I don't think the community of Paso Robles should also stand for just 1 year's reimbursement.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Gary Lear. I'm from Templeton. First of all, I'd like to say I'm really sorry that it's come to this. When I first approached the council, I told you that I wanted to be helpful. I'm here, I'm your friend. I heard that there was a lot of rancor in the council, and I was hoping for peace and quiet and for people to get along, love each other. And I really appreciate how particularly Steve Gregory has gone out of his way to know me, and I appreciate that my contacts with John Hammond have been very warm, and Ty Lewis has greeted me very warmly too. But as I said, there are certain principles that I cannot yield on, and we cannot set a precedent that a government agency can collect years worth of incorrectly written parking tickets and only go back 1 year. That defies logic. To put this under the framework of the Government Claims Act, that act was never meant to cover this type of violation of civil law. In researching this, I had to go from the ordinances and look at where do the ordinances derived from. Well, that's derived from the DMV. So where does the DMV come from? The DMV comes from the state of California and the Constitution and the legislature. So you go up the chain and you see that this is just not a little dispute. This is a blatant violation of the California state constitution, and that's why it's such an important thing. I cannot allow a president to be set that you can only go back 1 year. And the blatant violation of the Brown Act, I cannot, it's stunning to me that you're contesting this. It's unbelievable. I've looked at 3 court cases, two against and 1 for. You don't fit in any of those cases. The one that the person won shows that the exact thinking that was given about how the Brown Act applies exactly. If you had done exactly what that case had said, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. And I pulled 2 other cases, one where it was just CEQA information. Now, I will say that the court ruled that CEQA information is very, very pertinent to a Brown Act. But the thing is I gave you what was on the screen, and I gave you examples of how the Brown Act had been, agenda items had been correctly done. I don't see, and if anybody had personally reached out to me, your lawyer or Ty Lewis or somebody, and said, look, Gary, you're wrong about this. We have a very strong case, and but no, nothing came to me personally. I was involved in a court case, and the judge said, you've got to cooperate. Both sides have to cooperate. There has to be discovery, and you have to be able to have a chance. And we've never had a chance. We've never talked. We've never negotiated. You have 17 pages that I faxed you today with my complete case. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Garrett. John, welcome.
Hi, John Roush, 1321 Spring Street, number 202. I just have a few things. First of all, as an open and honest government, is there some law that you have to do this discussion in closed session? This affects the residents own this town, the citizens own this town. As a citizen, I'd like to hear how the discussions go, and I'm just wondering why it has to be in closed session. Second of all, my personal opinion is you hire a city attorney to keep you out of legal problems. Obviously, this hasn't happened. So I suggest you hire another attorney to represent you rather than having continue with the city attorney who has a conflict of interest. And third, you collect all this money through license plates. Now you're sitting, my understanding, this Ty has, the city manager, has said that you have to fill out a form to request a refund. You have the license plates. You know what people paid. If we have to pay money back, the reality is it should just be paid back. Be open, honest, and above board.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Carla Carey, and I own a Spare Time Books with my business partner, Cleo Bruns there. It's on 945 12th Street. I just want to give an anecdotal evidence that I think with the lack of paid parking, we've seen an uptick in business downtown. I can speak for myself and many other business owners that, I mean, we saw our record high days in the last couple of weeks, so thank you. I don't know if you guys did that or not, but we appreciate the break in free parking. And I do want to say that we've had patrons and people who have not visited the shop in years come by and give business to downtown and bring lots of economy to downtown. The tourists are always going to come in and out, but I think in order to have a thriving and long-lasting city, I do think that a workaround in parking would be very beneficial. Maybe there's a parking lot that could have a parking structure on it. I don't know if that's a popular idea, but I also have about a few videos of different customers coming in and saying why they're coming downtown on camera. If you guys would like those videos, locals of Paso Robles for 50, 60, 40 years. I've lived here for 23 years of my life, and I know Cleo's lived here for a long time as well, and I know it would make a huge impact on everybody if there was, more leniency with the parking situation. And I think the refunds are also very warranted. So, additionally, we have a quite substantial online following of about 250,000 people that follow our bookshop and have come from Australia, Europe, across the United States just to visit Paso Robles because of our social media presence. And I'm not saying that to wow, we're doing such a good job, but also that people are coming to Paso Robles, and a few people have actually turned away and left because they got a ticket because it was 2 minutes over. They were shopping around, exploring downtown Paso. They got a ticket, and then we got a really angry email, or we got, and on social media, things catch fire. So if all press is good press, but sometimes it can really taint people's taste of a city. And so, yeah, I'd say, if there's a workaround, that'd be awesome. And we appreciate all the work you guys are doing. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
Hi, Sharon Foster, your volunteer, downtown ambassador. I would like to speak for our visitors. We have kind of burned people from all over the world, and this is our opportunity to send a love letter to them, to say, yes, we really do value you. We're sorry about the misunderstanding. We would love to have you back. And how would they know to reach out to you and fill out a form? There's the young girls from Japan that I took down to help them fill out forms when it was a mistake and it wasn't their fault. There's the people that blew my hair back. How dare you? What is wrong with you people? We kind of need to bring the love now. And so let's please not exclude them, because there will be those that hear about this and they're like, and nothing for me. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Sure. Welcome.
David Boulier, 1609 Villa Rosa, Paso Robles. I come downtown every day, every morning, and sometimes for lunch, usually for a coffee. And just from what I've observed the last couple weeks is the parking situation is no different than it was before the paid parking. During the week, it's relatively easy to find a parking spot. Nights and weekends, it's difficult. So it really hasn't changed with the paid parking. It's still the same as it was before, with or without the paid parking. And I think the downtown looks a lot better with all those signs, not 20 feet apart. Looks way better without all those paid parking signs. But anyways, that's just what I noticed. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Randall, what?
Hello, board. Good to see you all. Randall Jordan, 902 21st Street, actually in the county, but our business has been here in town for 40 years. My wife and I purposely find somewhere we can go for only 30 minutes. We will not park in this town for over 30 minutes. If we do, we park far away and we walk. There's a lot of people and a lot of residents of Paso that believe exactly like we do. We don't want to pay for parking in our town. We came to this town because it was different. It was not LA where we came from. It was a different atmosphere and a different place to live. And we're right back there. We're right back there to basically, and the young lady alluded to it, the Gestapo. We see the young man, and I know he's trying to do a good job, but he's actually standing there hoping that he's going to be able to write you a ticket. And that is not what our city is about at all. So I would urge you, please get rid of the paid parking in Paso Robles. Take it back to the way that it was before and figure something else out. This is not working. And the residents are fed up with it. And we're hearing that even the visitors are not liking this. So what we've tried to do here by enticing people to come to our great little town, it's backfired with this paid parking. So that's my 2 cents, and I would urge you to just abandon it. Take your licks. Whatever it's going to cost you to get out of this, get out of it, and bring some serenity back to Paso Robles. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Jennifer Rausch, Park Cinemas. I'm sorry I'm late, so I just want to add my 2 cents. Just in the past few weeks, without paid parking downtown, I've had more customers coming in and thanking us.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I just want to be clear. Right now, we're taking public comment on the closed session item, which is the cease and desist letter. So I know like the last comment was a little bit more just about public parking in general. And there'll be an opportunity.
Okay, so we're not going to be discussing of why people want the cease and desist? Why
No. We are. I just want to make sure it's clear for everybody because there's another item on the agenda later. So if you want to, your comment was really directed towards the paid parking. If that's the purpose of your comment, that's on the agenda a little bit later during the public session.
I'll wait because it'll all come together. That's fine.
I'm not trying to stop you. You're welcome to continue. I just want to make sure everybody understands the item that we're discussing right now, which is the cease and desist letter.
Yeah. Welcome.
I'll come back to the cease and desist letter now. I'm David Nelson, and I'm a patron of all the businesses downtown. I'm a patron of all the businesses downtown. I'm a representative of friends and tourists that come to this town, not only personal friends, but tourists. I'll remind you that you're representative of us, the people. So is the city attorney representing us. So let's go back to the cease and desist letter. The claim is that it was deficient. Every time it's mentioned in the documents, it was deficient because it wasn't mailed to the clerk. But it was hand-delivered to the clerk, which is more than sufficient. Any legal matter, as any attorney would know. By rescheduling the discussion in the main council meeting about the ordinance that was claimed to not be done properly, the city is making a tacit admission that it wasn't done properly. There's no harm in that. I don't think anyone's trying to sue the city for having done that. Just want it done properly. So my next item is, and I'm surprised the city hasn't made an attempt to discuss this with Gary Lehrer. He's a normal person. Instead, had a private meeting, made a bunch of conclusions, and has announced their position publicly. You are about to have a second private meeting in response to a cease and desist letter about the Brown Act, which is about transparent government. So in response to a cease and desist letter about transparent government, you have now had 2 private secret meetings. You're about to. Lastly, about the money. I don't know if this is related to cease and desist. Maybe you want to take this upstairs. Be shocked if anyone, as was said earlier, has any hesitation if any money for fees or citations was taken for people, that it is our absolute duty to return it to them. No questions. Doesn't matter what it costs us. If we screwed up, I'm in this with you, must return it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll close public comment on the item. Elizabeth, maybe what we can do is to a general answer of why council has to follow government code on these kind of items, why we have to do it closed session.
Sure. So the Brown Act provides for items that are heard in public session that affect the community generally. Closed session is designed to allow the council to have confidential discussions with their attorney regarding items that may pursue or result in litigation or HR-related issues. There are specific items left to be done in closed session. to ensure that they can have a conference, a privileged conference with their attorney.
Very good. Okay. At this point, I guess, then no other further questions from the public. We'll go ahead and close for closed session, and we'll adjourn at 6:30. Welcome, everybody. This is the Paso Robles City Council meeting for February 20th. And if you would all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Join with me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for Pastor Lorraine. Earl.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this time here today, this evening. We invite you, Holy Spirit, into this place, and we pray, Heavenly Father, that you would be in the midst of our council members as they deliberate on important decisions for our city. We thank you for we thank you for the people of our city that have showed up, and we pray that everything that is taking place here tonight is peaceful and that everyone makes the best decision for our city and the members of this city and the businesses that are in this city. We pray for anything that is not of you to leave right now in the mighty name of Jesus. And we pray for your will to be done over the city of Paso Robles. In Jesus' precious name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Madam Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Bausch.
Present.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Roden.
Folks, got to be quiet here.
She called your name.
Here. Councilmember Strong.
Present.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. And we'll start with staff introductions, starting with our city clerk.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Randall Wright, IT Technician, and Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Vitas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Christopher Lucko, Utilities Director.
Angelica Horton, Community Services Director. Rita Barber, Public Works Director.
Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager. Brian Brown, Administrative Services Director. Don Pistonetta, Fire Chief. David York, Police Chief. Ricky Lear, Sergeant. Terry Fan, Pasadena. Jared Nass.
Ty Lewis, City Manager.
Elizabeth Hall, City Attorney.
Thank you. And then we'll go ahead and have report out from closed session, our attorney, Elizabeth Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We went into closed session on two items. The first was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. The case is Steinbeck Vineyards No. 1 LLC versus the County of San Luis Obispo et al. There's no reportable action. The second item was conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case regarding a cease and desist letter regarding modifications to the paid parking program, alleging violations of the Brown Act and other state laws, and there's no reportable action.
Very good. All right. Thank you, Elizabeth. The first item on the agenda is presentations, and we will have Noah Ives from Luminera join me up front. Proclamation, Team Dating, Violence, Action, and Prevention Month, February 2024. Whereas Team Dating, Violence, and Prevention Month calls attention to the fact that dating violence is widespread and can affect youth from any background and any community. And whereas, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, 1 in 11 female teens and 1 in 15 male teens reported experiencing physical violence in the last year. And whereas, according to the CDC, 1 in 9 female and 1 in 36 male high school students report having experienced sexual dating violence in the last year. Whereas, according to the CDC, 1 in 3 adolescents report verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual dating abuse each year. And whereas rates of dating violence affect LGBTQ youth rate higher than their cisgender and heterosexual peers. And whereas teen dating violence has been linked to other forms of violence and aggression, and survivors are more likely to suffer from eating disorders, drug and alcohol abuse, dropout, teen pregnancy, future abuse, relationships, and suicide. And whereas nearly half the students who experience dating violence have reported that some of the abuse took place on school grounds. And whereas the establishment of Teen Dating Violence Action and Prevention Month will benefit schools, communities, families, and all youth. And whereas the City of Paso Robles joins Luminera Alliance and Close to Home and other advocates and communities across the country in preventing dating violence, and acknowledges that each day of every year in an opportunity to create change for the future. Now therefore let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, in virtue of me vested as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim February 2024 as Teen Dating Violence Action and Prevention Month in the city of Paso Robles.
So I am Noah Ives, as the mayor mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the City Council. I'm here on behalf of Lumina Alliance, which is the county's resource for survivors of sexual assault and intimate partner violence. Our vision is to see a community free of all kinds of violence, and buy-in from leadership like yourselves goes a long way to fixing that in our communities, especially acknowledging things like Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. And I also have one of our volunteers from Close to Home, which is our community action program, Lana Goodman here, who also has a couple words to say.
Thank you. 1 in 3 teens experience dating violence before becoming adults. With a number so high, it is clear that change is vital. February is Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, which shines a spotlight on the issue and encourages youth and adults alike to advocate for prevention. This proclamation is a significant step in the right direction, and I'm so glad to see this part of the process for a safer community. I'm a youth volunteer for Close to Home, an organization under Lumina Alliance that works to spread awareness to sexual assault and other community issues, and new volunteers are always welcome. It is absolutely essential that we create an environment where people feel safe to come forward about their experiences and feel seen and heard. That is why this proclamation is so meaningful. We hold the power to make this community a better place. Thank you.
Okay. Now we move to general public comments. This is the time that the public may address the council on items within its purview, but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council or staff may briefly respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out an information card and give it to the clerk when you come to speak at the lectern. Speakers will have 3 minutes. These people, those people wishing to speak on an item scheduled at tonight's agenda will be given the time to speak during that point in time with the agenda. So is anyone wishing to speak? General public comments. Linda?
Hi.
Yeah.
Is it start? Okay.
Yes.
How's everybody doing tonight? I am kind of glad to be back. I've been gone after a long illness. And, oh, sorry, it hadn't even started yet, so I was trying to soak up some time. Okay, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. Now that I'm back, I wanted to pick up where we left off last, but I always like to start with the good news, which is thanking code enforcement and Chief Nord for his assistance, transparency and willingness to work with the concerned public. In less than 2 weeks, he has heard all my concerns and has addressed them. At this time, I have no future concerns, and I'd like to see our police department to be the best that this city deserves. It deserves, Grover Beach is getting new equipment everything high notch. I understand from the coffee that we're number 2 in salaries, and my question was, what was wrong with number 1? Okay, I also want to thank Catherine from the Finance Manager Utility Billing. The law that I helped pass, AB 604, proper charges for water billing at mobile home parks, is currently in her hands. She is calculating what we should be paying. And like, I've been working on my park. The state park maintenance program has started, and our park will have more space. But what I came for, I gave you a handout. I love when I get my way in life, but on September 30th, 23, Gavin Newsom signed a Senate bill, number 553, which requires every employer in California to have a workplace prevention program. And, you know, I've been here before on that matter, and I want to continue. I contacted my old lobby group to see, because in October, I would go through all of California and collect proclamations when they would proclaim no bullying and no workplace violence in October. And I'm hoping that they could come back and hopefully collect the same thing from us. I think it's very important. The workplace violence is not relative to just a situation. It's relative to protecting the staff. You know, we're in a time where there's shootings, there's stalkings. I even noticed on court paperwork they have restraining orders for workplaces now. So it's really highly recognized. I worked on it for quite a few years in the past. And I think it would be important to protect the city staff and yourselves and the public so that everybody knows that each interaction with each other is going to be on a professional manner. I'm under the persuasion as a government worker, old school, I started in 1985 for 30 years with the state, that we should be treating the public with the most respect and that we expect from them. And thank you. I see you guys have a really full agenda, and I'm sure you're happy I'm not involved in the parking. I do have comments. I always have comments. But I'll take 10 seconds to say it's not all falling on the city manager tonight. So I hope that you guys can work it out and you have a great meeting tonight.
Thank you. Hello. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Linda Becker, and tonight I have 2 important issues to raise. First, I want to address the recent riverbed rescues. It is concerning to see individuals not complying with evacuation warnings and putting not only themselves but our emergency responders at risk. We cannot continue to spend money on preventable rescues when we could be focusing on maintaining and improving our infrastructure, such as our roads. We need to be proactive in preventing such incidents in the future and holding those responsible accountable. What are the consequences to those who refuse to cooperate? It is essential for the safety of all parties involved that we address this issue promptly. Secondly, I want to discuss the topic of taxes and responsible spending in our local governments. It is time for our elected officials to find ways to improve services without burdening residents with higher taxes. The recent findings from the Uplift Central Coast Coalition indicate that many hardworking residents struggle to make ends meet, with at least 45% of families not having enough income to cover basic needs. We must protect Proposition 13 to ensure that homeowners are not unfairly taxed out of their homes. Without Proposition 13, rental prices will also skyrocket. While the League of Cities claims that ACA 1 and 13 will empower local voters, in reality, these measures will further strain hardworking residents who are already struggling to make ends meet. Clearly, the League of Cities' position is not neutral. Government always wants more money and claim they need more money to provide essential services. In order to have a fair and balanced discussion of these important issues for taxpayers, I urge the Council to include the Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association in discussions about ACA 1, 13, and Proposition 13. It is crucial that we demand financial accountability and transparency from our government and say no to unnecessary tax increases. Let's stand together to protect our homes, communities, and work toward a brighter future, more financially stable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Anyone else on public comment? Yes.
Mr. Mayor, this is unusual, but since nobody else from the public wants to speak, I'm going to make a public comment. Public comment is for things not on the agenda, and I was told that somebody earlier, before the executive session, made a comment that they were very disappointed that I wasn't here and that it was terrible that I wasn't. I should explain, many people don't understand that every member of our council has duties outside of just these meetings. We represent the city at various organizations within the city, like the Chamber, like Main Street, like many others. And also we represent the city where the city is involved with other agencies such as our regional government. I happen to be the representative of our city at regional government. Now those agencies also appoint members to various duties. And the region has appointed me to represent them at the state and federal level, and also on the board of directors of the Pacific Surfliner Railroad. Pacific Surfliner Railroad normally meets on a Monday. It was a holiday, so the meeting got moved to today. So unfortunately, I wasn't here for executive session because this afternoon from 1:30 until 2 o'clock only, I was in Orange, California at the board of directors meeting of the railroad, representing our area to make sure we get additional train service as the train gets extended all the way from San Diego to the Bay Area. And so I was here to represent us as well as our entire region. And I hurried back just so I could make this meeting. So I hope you'll understand.
I hope you didn't get too many traffic tickets on highway.
No, I did not get any traffic tickets.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I did not stop either.
There you go. Thanks, Fred. All right, anyone else on public comment? Then we'll close public comment and we'll bring it back to our city manager. And the next on is to find out if we have any agenda items to be deferred.
We do
Lewis?
not, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Next, then, we're going to change the agenda a little bit now, where we have our city manager, Ty Lewis, give an overview of items listed on tonight's consent agenda before we actually get to that vote. So if you would, Ty, go ahead.
You bet. And Mr. Mayor, as you noted, we're doing this so that the members of our community that aren't here know what's on the agenda and have a brief idea of what you're approving. And so here we go. Item number 1 is approval of the February 6th, 2024 City Council meeting minutes. Item number 2 is approval of the February 8th, 2024 City Council special meeting minutes. Item number 3 is the receipt of our advisory body minutes. Item number 4 is approval of a lease with Earth Tones Gifts Gallery and Center for Healing for commercial space located at the train station at 790 Pine Street. The recommendation there is for council to approve a resolution accepting the Earth Tones Gifts Gallery and Center for Healing proposal for the commercial property at 790 Pine Street. Attached here too is Exhibit A, authorizing the city manager to execute leasing agreements subject to any minor technical or non-substantive changes approved by the city attorney and consistent with the council's intent. Item number 5 is receipt of the warrant register. Item number 6 is receipt of a development impact fee 5-year report from Ryan Cornell, our Administrative Services Director. The recommendation there is to receive and file the 5-year development impact fee compliance report. Item number 7 is approval of a change order to Stantec agreement for design services in an amount of $110,200 for additional design services for Vine Street frontage improvements. The recommendation there is to approve a resolution authorizing the city manager to approve amendment change orders to the Stantec agreement for design services related to the Vine Street realignment to include design services for the Vine Street frontage improvements located at 121 Wilmar Place in the amount of $110,200. Item number 8 is approval of a change order to Stantec agreement for design services for the South Vine Street Bridge and Vine Street Road realignment project. Item number 9 is authorization for the city manager to enter into up to 5 on-call water system repair contracts of $60,000 or less following an informal bidding process for an amount not to exceed $300,000 total. Again, the recommendation there is approval of a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter up to 5 total individual contracts for on-call services for water system repair work with a total not to exceed an amount of $300,000, with each on-call contract not exceeding $60,000, and find the exact action exempt from CEQA. Item number 10, and our last item, is the Landing Paso Robles Boys School Reuse Project. Consultant agreement amendments for the environmental impact report and traffic impact study, with a recommendation to approve a resolution authorizing the city manager to approve the following contract amendments and amounts. First one is SWCA Environmental Consultants EIR contract, Amendment 3, increases of $116,092, not to exceed $666,433. The next part of that is Central Coast Transportation Consultants Traffic Impact Study Contract Amendment 4 of $24,000, not to exceed $264,765. And the last part of that is Oasis Associates Contract Amendment 3, increase of $45,000, not to exceed $165,000. And that concludes my report and summary on the consent item agenda.
Thank you very much, Ty. These are items on consent are considered to be routine and do not require separate discussion. However, any member of the council or the public has a specific question for clarification on an item, we can address that before we take a vote. Also, if any member of the council or public wishes to pull for full discussion the item, that will cause the item to be put into the discussion part of the agenda toward the end of the tonight's agenda. So we'll start then with council with any questions. First off, Councilman Bausch.
On item number 10, there was a question posed about the math on recommendation A, an increase of $116,000 not to exceed $666,433, and so on and so forth with B and C. I believe that that's an aggregate amount based on previous resolutions. This is an ongoing project, and so those funds have already been approved in the past. And then the other question is, why are we spending so much? And just wanted to point out to everybody that those are not being borne by the city, that those will be reimbursed to the city by the applicant.
So question was to
just a clarification. I just
okay.
Yeah, I don't want to pull it and have a separate discussion.
Got it. Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah. So I just wanted to repeat what Chris said, that those funds are being charged to the applicant on number 10. But I did have a comment on number 4.
Comment or question though.
Comment.
But yeah, better hold comments. We're just asking questions right now. I'm beginning here on this side.
Just clarification on 7 and 8. What is the design change?
Warren? Is that could be Warren's?
Do you want me to answer that?
Oh, Dita's. Sure. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So the design change on number 7 is that there's a hotel right now that's under construction up at the top of the hill. There's a requirement that was a development agreement between the city and the developer that the city would be responsible to install the improvements along their frontage. So that's what number 7 is all about.
Okay. Where is this located?
On Vine Street.
South.
I know where you're talking about.
There's a hotel that's under construction right now. So Stantec was under contract to do the realignment of Vine Street. So they're just continuing that contract to go north to pick up the frontage in front of that hotel.
Gotcha.
And then number 8 is the South Vine Bridge. So we're required to obtain a Caltrans encroachment permit And that entails doing some updating, some environmental technical studies. We're also designing the bridge itself so we can go out to bid. And so this is a request for change order because of additional requirements that we had to do to get the encroachment permit and pass the environmental documents.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from council? I'll open up then to the public for any questions or the discussion. Pulling of an
Dale
item.
Augustin, my questions were on 7 and 8 as well. Every time a developer wants to develop, and it's extensive, too often the city is helping them out by donating large sums of money. And this is one example. Why, if the developer wants to develop on 46 West, and as well as that hotel that you just referred to, do we have to pay $1 million for a bridge to reroute Vine Street, which is only going to benefit the developer?
Thank you. And Michael, come on over. Yes, please. We have to record you.
Michael Rivera, just a question on 10. Everybody needs to understand this is a massive project. This is going to change the face of Paso Robles in ways that people can't possibly imagine. And talking about what Mr. Gustafson just said, that is going to require a bridge that is, last time I checked, $80 to $100 million when you realign airport, go across the 46 and other issues related to airport. That project should be spoken of. When we're looking at the project south of here, that monster that's on that hill, that was approved in 2013. If people would have known that that monster, that eyesore, was going to be put there to that size, I think you might have had a little bit more pushback. I don't know, maybe not. Just curious. But if this council is taking that landing project and just going to kind of push it through under the radar, and before you know it, those costs that you're talking, those impact fees that they say the developer will pay. I was born at night, but not last night. So this body needs to understand that the public needs to be totally engaged in a project that's going to change the entire face of this city. And that's all I have to say, whether you're for it or against it. Doesn't matter to me. I know I have some questions about that development and the billionaire who's pushing it through. And he's a billionaire, owns the LA Lakers, owns a huge real estate empire. I'm telling you, it's going to be a big deal, everybody. Be aware.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. We'll close the public. Councilman Strong.
I think our staff could answer, but I wonder if anybody realizes that that developer also donated the land for the road for the extension of Vine Street. So we didn't have any cost of acquisition. So we did get a considerable amount from the developer already.
And we tried to get that bridge to have him pay for it, but it's outside the scope of what we can do. So, sorry.
So, John, may I make a comment?
Yeah, Pro Tem Gregory, go ahead.
So I just wanted to make a comment about item number 4. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Mary and Greg for all their hard work. I mean, really good business people in downtown, and congratulate you on your new location. It's a wonderful use for the property, and I'm glad you guys were able to move there. And a thank you to Paul Sloan and the staff for helping out. So thank you, Mary and Greg. That was it.
Very good. Okay, we'll bring it back to council then for discussion and or action.
I'll make a motion.
Pro Tem Gregory.
I move that we approve items 1 through 10.
Second.
On the agenda.
Okay, we have a motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Any discussion? And these are going to be then the items 1 through 10 on consent, correct?
1 through 10, correct.
Okay, very good. All right, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Roush?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Moving on, we'll open then the public hearings. Item 1 on that is the approval of development plan number PD 22-20, oak tree removal, vestive tentative parcel map, and also conditional use permit for Union Road project. Warren, will you have that, or I guess Darren? Okay.
Yes, Darren Nash, City Planner. This is the co-develop project at 2930 Union Road. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this project before you is a development plan, a request for some oak tree removals, a tentative parcel map, and a development plan. The project is located on Ardmore Road. Ardmore Road is off of Golden Hill Road, so it is east of Golden Hill Road and south of Union Road. The request is for 6 buildings. These are industrial, warehouse, and commercial type buildings. The project includes a parcel map, so there's 2 existing parcels. The parcel to the left here up on the screen is one parcel, lot 13. There's no request to change the configuration of that lot. There is a request to subdivide this approximately 13 acres into 2 parcels, parcels A and B. The configuration of the buildings would be as shown on that plan. There are some requests for oak tree removals. We've been out on the site numerous times with the project arborist and also the contract city arborist to review these trees. The trees with the X's are trees that are requested to be removal with this project. They are trees that are in poor condition, have had past failures. Like I said, we've spent a lot of time evaluating the trees and trying to keep as many as possible. The 2 trees, tree 10 and 13, are very nice trees in which the project has been designed to preserve and protect those trees. In terms of replacement oak trees, we just wanted to add, this is condition number 8 on page 178. The portion of the condition got missed between the Planning Commission meeting and the council meeting. So the highlighted area is what we are wanting to include in that. And it's just being more specific on the option of paying into the city's oak replacement funds if the arborist has determined when the project's being built that 34 replacement trees can't all fit on the site. There's an option of paying into the oak replacement fund. This is an illustrative plan kind of outlining the uses and square footage proposed with the co-develop project. And these are some renderings of the different buildings, kind of a warehouse industrial style. Seems to work well out in that Ardmore area. This is the larger warehouse on that southerly lot, lot 13, for this warehouse building. This was a slide from the previous Planning Commission meeting. There aren't any addendums tonight on this project. There was some previous letters related to air quality, related to some of the mitigation measures. Those have been resolved. Conditions have been, there was a condition added at the Planning Commission level related to air quality. So there's no additional addendums tonight. The option before the council tonight is option 1, to approve the project with the mitigated negative declaration, approve the resolution for the development plan and the oak tree removal permit with the added language to that condition related to mitigation trees, and to approve the subdivision. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. The applicant has a short presentation that they're going to do, and they'll get more involved into the project itself, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from Darren first? Okay, can we go ahead and have then the project group come on up?
Hello, greetings, Mayor and City Council. My name is Damian Mavis. I'm one of the founders of Covelop Inc. Covelop has been undertaking development and construction projects on the Central Coast for the past 20 years. For this project, we've joined forces with Michael Stolte, another Central Coast developer and SLO County native. The last project that we did in Paso Robles was the renovation and repositioning of the old Paris Precision building on Ramada Drive. And I think one of the things that made us the most proud of that project was we were able to take a vacant 200,000 square foot building and turn it into a space that now 6 businesses with over 200 employees thrive. And we could not have done that certainly without the support of this city's planning and building department. We see Ardmore Industrial Park project in a very similar fashion as a way to provide homes for dozens of businesses within the city. We designed this to be a premier light industrial park that is above all else flexible, to cater to a wide range of tenants. Everything from the Tin City type boutique wineries to larger format manufacturing and distribution centers, spaces ranging from 2,000 square feet to 125,000 square feet. We aim to be able to deliver efficient, modern, and attractive suites to small local businesses, as well as those businesses looking to relocate here. We see Paso Robles as a great place to do business and are confident that our future tenants will as well. With that, I'd like to introduce our project team that will take over this presentation. And of course, we'll be able to answer any questions as well. Jamie Jones and Ian McCarville from Kirk Consulting. Then of course, myself and Pat Arnold from Covelop and Michael Stolte as well for the project applicants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Hayman and City Council members. My name is Ian McCarville. I'm a land use consultant at Kirk Consulting. Tonight, I will be providing a high-level overview of the proposed Covelop project. The project site is located at 2930 Union Road in Paso Robles. The project site is approximately 14 acres in size and is zoned commercial and in light industry. Existing uses on the site consist of abandoned agricultural structures and approximately 12 acres of horse pasture. The project aims to establish a mixed-use development featuring light industrial and commercial components, construct modern industrial aesthetic structures that adaptable to evolving retail demand, preserve 2 healthy oak trees on the site, and foster a synergistic commercial neighborhood supporting various businesses and visitor-serving uses. The project includes 2 requests. One is a request for a vesting tentative parcel map to subdivide Lot 6 into 2 parcels, and the other request is for a phased conditional use permit and planned development permit to allow the construction of 6 commercial and light industrial buildings and associated site improvements. Here we have an overall site plan and phasing plan. Lot 13, shown on the left, will be constructed in phase 1, and Lot 6, which is shown on the right, will be subdivided into 2 parcels, Parcel A and Parcel B. Parcel A, which is shown in blue, will be built out in phase 1, and Parcel B, which is shown in red, will be built out in phase 2. We expect that Building 1 will support a warehousing tenant, and Building 2 through 6 will support a mix of retail, winemaking, storage, and manufacturing uses. The next couple of slides will focus on site planning and design. As illustrated on this slide, the proposed project will achieve a harmonious balance between thoughtful architecture and the environment by integrating community focal areas around the preserved oak trees. To cater to our diverse tenant base, 3 design methodologies were used for flexibility. These include spaces tailored for pedestrian and retail purposes, those exclusively requiring functional warehousing spaces, and those in need of a combination of both. Each methodology utilizes similar architectural elements, which provides a cohesive and functional design throughout the site. In the proposed project, some buildings have been designed for flexibility and adaptability, allowing them to evolve in response to shifts in service and retail demand. For instance, Building 3, which is shown on this slide, fronts Ardmore Extension and could transition into a pedestrian-focused storefront should retail demand increase once Ardmore Extension connects to New Airport Road. As illustrated on this slide, the buildings have been thoughtfully designed using high-quality materials. The proposed combination of materials and design elements ensures visually appealing and lasting impressions from day one and for many years to come. Here we have the existing neighborhood context map. As you can see, the project site is surrounded by commercial and light industry zone parcels to the north, east, and west, and to the south there is a vacant residential agriculture zone parcel. Surrounding uses consist of single-family residences to the east and north, and commercial and industrial uses like spur construction and Daniel Woodlands to the west. And here we have the future neighborhood context map, which illustrates the future circulation system in nearby developments. The intent of this exhibit is to show how neighborhood conditions are slated to evolve over the years, for which this project has accounted for by incorporating building designs that are flexible and able to evolve to accommodate increased retail demand. And lastly, an oak tree assessment conducted by Heritage Tree Arboriculture Consulting found that 6 trees were in very poor health and were recommended for removal, while 2 trees were identified as being in good and poor health and were recommended for retention. Significant effort was invested in this assessment, including multiple site visits with city staff, the applicant team, and the arborist to evaluate oak tree health and survival viability. We also underwent numerous site plan redesigns to ensure a harmonious relationship between the development and the oak trees, with the goal of making the 2 remaining oak trees focal points of the site and ensuring their long-term health. Thank you, and we're available for any questions.
All right. Thank you, Gene. Any questions for the applicants from this council?
I have a question, whether this is within the purview or not. I just wonder, I see the warehouse, and I remember when this was going through the planning commission, they were talking about truck traffic and overall traffic. Has there been mitigation for wear and tear to the roads and also the amount of traffic that's going to be coming in and out of that facility?
So during the planning commission, there were some questions about the alignment with Ardmore at the corner. There was kind of an odd situation. The project was redesigned to accommodate that in a manner that the city engineer was happy with that design. The Ardmore area is an industrial area. So the roads, Ardmore Road, as you know, was recently constructed. Those roads are constructed to a standard that would allow for truck traffic, that kind of thing.
But they're not just coming in on Ardmore, right? They're going to be using Union and or Golden Hill?
Yes.
And there's a lot of trucks, and trucks can tear up stuff pretty quick.
There's a lot of trucks all over town in these
But
areas.
this is going to be a warehouse. This is what I'm just asking is, has that been, have we thought ahead of what those roads are going to look like over the next 10 years? Versus what it's going to, has that been calculated into what, you know, being taking care of those roads? I mean, that's one of our major issues in town.
Sure. So again, Union Road, Golden Hill Road, Ardmore Road are all roads that are built to be designed for commercial truck type traffic. There's also impact fees that the project pays that pays for impacts based on square footage and use. So those types of things are done to help mitigate for impacts from a use.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Pro Tem Gregory.
So, Darren, can you give us an idea of how much the traffic impact fees were?
I do not have that information in front of me.
Thank you.
Just to clarify really quickly, so the impact fees are for expanding traffic facilities, for accommodating more traffic. It isn't for road maintenance. I think the question was actually about road maintenance. There is no requirement on this project to pay any additional road maintenance fees.
Quick question I have for Darren, if you don't mind. Working on the tree ordinance, when we take some out, we put some back in. And just to be clear, the tree ordinance does require that oak trees are replaced with oak trees, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. But we can also put them into our inventory where we can put them across the whole city if they can't be planted here on this project.
Correct. The primary focus will be to plant all of the replacement oak trees on site. But when you get into landscape planters, parking lots, different things, a lot of times they may not accommodate an oak based on not enough room. So the thought is that the project arborist will be involved with placing these trees. But it could be that it may not make sense to put all 34 trees on site, and we wanted the option of going to the city's oak replacement fund for the ones that just don't make sense to be on site.
Very good. That's what I thought. Okay, thank you. Chris, you have any questions at all?
Just out of curiosity, the lot split, is that designed to accommodate future, going from a lease option to a purchase? And if that's none of my business, go ahead and you can tell me none of my business.
Damien Mavis with Covelop. That's simply to accommodate phasing and financing, so that if parcel A was ready to build, we could put a construction loan on parcel A and build that out, independent of parcel B.
So you have site work that has to be done on parcel B or something like that, that is going to take longer for phase 2?
Well, it would be based on absorption. So we don't have specific tenants.
That makes more sense. Okay.
Right. So that we would build as the tenants, as we were able to acquire the tenants.
Thank you.
Okay. Nothing back from the council then. I'll go ahead and open it up then to the public. Anyone wishing to address this on the public, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Julie Tacker, and I just had some interest in the 34 trees, oak trees. What, and maybe there's a standard that your city has of what size they're going to be, what their mortality rate is allowed to be, what is, will the trees thrive for how long, 5 years, 50 years, what is the requirement, and maybe there's a bond to make sure that they are successful wherever they're planted. I don't hear that or read that in the staff report.
We'll get that answer for you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Please.
I just moved here in 23, April 19th, and I was told that we were not allowed to get rid of any of the oak trees.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, my name is Carolyn Lojudici. I live on 445 Morgan Lane, Paso Robles. And I'm just wondering how these people can just get rid of these oak trees.
Okay.
That's it.
We can get that answer for you too.
I don't know. I mean, I'm for the oak trees. I've never been here before. And that's my question.
Thank you. Welcome, Michael.
Michael Rivera. Ms. Reardon, actually, I wasn't going to even speak on this, and it looks like a good project, I guess. But this council, over the years, has not done their due diligence when it comes to repairing these roads. She makes a good point. Maybe not this project, but maybe the city needs to really begin to look at what the impacts of a lot of these projects are having on current infrastructure. Infrastructure is the key to a high quality of life, and we're running down the road very quickly to a very low quality of life if we keep doing what we're doing. I said a long time ago, we need to stop, take a deep breath, think about where we're going. There is no demand problem here. There's no demand problem here. And we need to start thinking about what we're going to look like when we grow up. 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago, when all you guys will be gone. What about the next generation? What about the kids? And what about the people that are going to live in this community? Are we so short-sighted that we just think about the here and now? It's just like the wine industry is a gold rush. Had to go, had to go, had to go. I watched this for years. I said it right at this podium. because this city felt like they had to grow up. Well, when you grow up, you need to learn about what's happening to you as you grow up. And you're not doing a very good job. So as a parent of older kids, 51, 46, 48, and 46, I can tell you right now, teaching a child how to act, how to behave, and how to grow up is a very important thing. And this city is not doing the job they should be doing for the long-term benefaction of the future of the city and the people.
Anyone else?
We
Okay.
do have a caller online.
Okay, go ahead.
It is Sally Reynolds.
Sally, can you hear us?
I can.
Go
good
ahead.
Afternoon, or good evening, I guess it is. I have a question about the oak trees. Can we go back to that slide? How many are going to be removed?
Darren or Warren? There you go. Okay. Can you see that, Sally?
Yes. Okay. They say they're going to remove oak trees. They said they're in poor health, but they're also going to save oak trees that are in poor health. So can they be saved? Because we really want to save our oak trees, and we can't keep yanking them out because they want to build buildings. So I just wonder, are they able to save them?
Okay. Is that your question?
So my question is, can they be saved? Because I don't see anything that, it just says some of them are in poor health. I understand if they can't be saved, they need to take them out, but can they be saved is my question.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Sally. Anyone else online?
No, sir.
Okay. Darren, we have some questions. Maybe if we can get that to you to answer. Basically, the first question I remember here was oak trees that are planted and start to fail. What's our policy on keeping them healthy until they take root?
Correct. So the arborist that has been involved with this project will be involved through and require monitoring, require the planting, the placement, the irrigation, all of those things will be reviewed with the project arborist and part of the oak protection plan for this project. And then by being involved, making sure they're irrigated, that helps with the long-term thriving of the trees. So the arborist will be involved to do that, and we will make sure prior to the different phases being developed that the oak trees are planted in a manner that is acceptable and was monitored up with the project arborist. So.
You might elaborate too on the number and the quantity of 34 and how that was arrived with regard to what was taken out for diameters and equals.
Sure. The city has an oak tree ordinance, and part of the ordinance allows for the removal of oak trees, and the requirement for the removal of oak trees to come up to the city council. So that's why this is before you tonight as part of this project. The council will need to review the project. There is a series of resolutions that the council will be considering. One of those has to deal with the oak trees. So it's possible that the city council could come to a conclusion that these oak trees shouldn't be removed. And at that point, the project would need to be redesigned to accommodate that. This project did go to the Planning Commission. So the Planning Commission reviewed it, made a recommendation to the council. With that process, they recommended the project along with the removals. So the oak tree ordinance gives the council the ability to allow the removal of oak trees. The replacement trees is a 25% of the number of diameter inches removed. 25% diameter inches is the replacement. So the 34 1.5-inch caliper. I think that was also a question, was what size. So the 34 1.5-inch caliper trees is the 25% of the number taken out.
Okay. And let's do this. As far as the last question, were these able to be saved? In other words, the arborist report shows them fairly poor in health. Recommendation, are they able to be saved at this point?
The oak tree ordinance requests that projects take many steps to preserve trees. So one of the comments early on from staff is, was there other alternatives that could be looked at in order to save trees? Along with that was the requirement that they had a precise and elaborate arborist report to go along with it. This project had, I believe, 2, maybe 3 arborists involved over the time. We've been working on this project for a few years. The initial arborist isn't around anymore. Another arborist came on board, used all of that data to provide the report that you guys have, or that's in the document. The other thing is that the city has a contract arborist that the staff can use to help us, because we're not arborists, take a look at the trees, go out on site, which we did. So multiple times, I think at least twice, we had the city's contract arborist going out, looking at it, looking at the arborist report, both arborists looking at that along with staff. So we went through each tree, and both arborists came up with the same conclusion, that the poor trees we're saving. Right. They had past failures, things were involved, cavities, where it didn't make sense to try and design around it. The 2 trees that are being saved, one was in good health, one was in poor. However, the location of that tree, the characteristics of the tree, and designing out of that critical root zone was what the project was designed for, to accommodate that tree that was in poor health, along with the good. So there were some design changes made, but the ones being removed or requested to be removed were recommended that they were too poor to design around.
Okay, very good. But Councilman Bowles, you want to have a question?
Thank you. To Darren's point, the applicant submitted 23 attachments to the hearing that were before us tonight. Attachment number 17 is the Oak Assessment Report. 42 pages. I would advise all interested parties to take a look at that, download it, read it. There's some excellent photos there. There's some descriptions of why an arborist might decide that one tree is worth saving and another is beyond saving. I think I'm satisfied anyway that what planning and what our staff and what our arborists do to save every tree possible. They've done a good job. Unfortunately, these trees that are on the site are very old. You can drive by and see that they're in bad shape. Just driving by, you can see some of these trees. I am somewhat gratified that our oak tree mitigation program, some of my clients in the past have been part of that. It's well monitored. They have to fund the care of those trees or contribute to the Oak Tree Mitigation Fund. Where is that on our website? Is there a link that we can post someplace so people can readily find that and so they understand how extensive and rigorous that replacement program is?
The Oak Tree Ordinance, yes, is in the municipal code. So it is available.
Okay. And is that readily available? Is there a link to it on our website?
There is a link. There is the municipal code, and chapter 17 is the oak.
So navigate to the municipal code and search Oak Tree Ordinance?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Bell, strong.
Yeah, so to clarify, so everybody understands the numbers too. They're removing 6 trees, that are in poor health. They're replacing them with 34 oak trees. They're small oak trees, but they have to grow up. But we're going to get 34 for 6, correct?
Correct.
Any other questions? Okay. Yeah, again, with Paso Robles, I mean, what I always have said to people, keep an eye on oak trees because we have a lot of old ones and they can definitely hurt people and property. So anytime we see something starting to happen with a tree, there is a process to be able to mitigate that and keep people safe. So in this case, it doesn't really matter, but the point is it's very old and failing trees that probably are going to be actually better for it if we replace them with oaks and let them start over again. So, okay, we'll bring it back then to council for discussion and or action. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to point out something because I mentioned in public comment about somewhere national. There's a committee nationally that I've served that represents all the regional governments of the United States in transportation and in infrastructure. And it's dealing specifically with maintenance of roads. And one of the problems we have had is for 45 years, we have done nothing to increase the gas tax at the federal level, which is the only source of the federal money that comes to us for maintenance of roads, because we do get money from the federal government based on that gas tax. And unfortunately, for the last 45 years, they haven't paid much attention to doing anything about that. They're now looking at a number of things, and one of the things they're looking at would specifically address your concerns, because that is gas is going downhill because every cars are more efficient. They're not using as much gas per mile. And also, there are other factors with all the electric vehicles coming on that are causing more and more wear and tear on the roads, but don't pay any gas tax. Therefore, they're looking at what they call a vehicle miles traveled thing. And that would be where the money would go directly to whoever has that road. And it would specifically charge according to the weight of the vehicle, the number of wheels on the ground, the makeup of that road, and what the cost would be and the impacts would be. So back to us would come specifically replacement fees for those roads to be maintained according to the trucks and what they were carrying and how much they were going in and out on those streets. So it's being looked at, but a lot of that is done not at our level locally. It's done at the federal and state level. And our people don't want to be charged extra money, and we're not going to tax our people to fix the roads because that is done by the federal and state. So that's not what we're into. But the money comes from them, not from us.
Okay.
Marianne, can I make a motion?
Well, question for City Attorney Hall. You want to have separate motions on A, B, and C, or however? I mean, they need to be separate because of resolutions, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Councilman Gregory.
And as I start this, there's also an amendment to one of these. Is that for C?
It is
B. No. Condition 8
A?
of Resolution B.
B.
Okay, great. So I'll start with A. So I move we approve Resolution 23XXXA to adopt the proposed mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting plan.
Did you say
23XXXA.
resolution?
Yeah, right. It's on your screen, I hear.
Resolution A will do.
Check that.
Yeah, I think it's just a typo. I think it's supposed to be 24.
Oh,
Is that
okay.
correct?
I'll change that to Resolution
correct.
Yeah.
24XXX.
And I'll second 2-4.
Good catch.
Okay. So we have a motion by Pro Tem Gregory, second by Councilman Bausch. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch.
Aye.
Councilmember Roden.
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Mayor Hammond.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. So on the next Resolution B, is there an amendment? Do I need to read the amendment or is that all one?
You could reference the wording on the screen and we'll incorporate that into the motion.
Okay, so if I can go back to so I move that we approve Resolution 24XXXB, approving Plan Development 2220, CUP 23-14, oak tree removal permit 2311 and the amended printing that was presented by staff.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Any discussion? Okay, call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and the final motion is to approve Resolution 24XXXC, approving the vesting tentative track map PR 220054.
Second.
Motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Any discussion? Okay, call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right.
Thank you.
Moving on with public hearings, item 2, introduction of first reading and an ordinance amending the Paso Robles Municipal Code, Chapter 12.42, parking management, to clarify the process for setting parking rates, reestablishing the downtown parking zone, and other cleanup measures. Who will have the item on this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the item before you this evening is to clarify and to clean up some language in your ordinance and follow up on the November parking action. As you may recall, back in November, the council voted to direct the staff to take certain actions modifying the parking program. Following that action, there were some concerns by the community, an allegation of a Brown Act violation, and then an allegation of a violation of state law. The Brown Act issue will be addressed in a subsequent item on tonight's agenda. So today we want to look at the allegations of the violation of state law and modifications to your ordinance. Can I get the next slide? Thank you. So there was a question raised regarding the city's ordinance and whether it complies with state law or whether the action they took complies with state law. The law of question is Vehicle Code Section 22508, and it has certain requirements in it. It requires the city to set the parking meter zones and fix the rate by ordinance. It does allow that your fee may be variable. Oh, can we go back? There we go. Your fee may be variable based upon the criteria that you set forth in your ordinance. And then the ordinance also has to establish a parking meter zone and describe that area. The area of your parking zone has to be set forth in an ordinance. So in 2018, the city adopted a parking management ordinance, and this was intended to comply with Vehicle Code Section 22508. So our current ordinance, as it sits on the books today, identifies a number of things. First, it says that the parking meters will be established by ordinance or resolution. The adopted ordinance defers the actual establishment of the parking zone to a future action that is consistent with state law and allowed under VC 22508. Additionally, it says that VC 22508 says your rate must be fixed by ordinance, but that it can be variable based upon criteria identified in the ordinance. So there are a number of sections within your ordinance that set forth the criteria that you're going to consider when setting your rates. Next one. So the November 21, 2023 action to modify the parking program complied with your ordinance that was on the books. The ordinance potentially is a little bit vague, could use some updating, and that's one of the things that's before you tonight. But your direction to the city manager was consistent with your parking ordinance, which complies with Vehicle Code Section 22508. So in and of itself, there was no problem with the November 21 action. When I was asked to look at that, I went through that action, the vehicle code, your Muni code, to make sure that everything was compliant, and it was. However, I followed up because it was important to know for sure that every action that the city took following the adoption of that ordinance satisfied either the ordinance or the vehicle code. What I discovered was that the the 2018 ordinance, like I said, it did comply with the vehicle code section, and it was designed specifically to give this council and the staff flexibility in implementing this program. One of the things that it included, though, can you go to the next slide, please, is that the parking zone itself had to be established by ordinance or resolution. What I discovered is that in May of 2019, the city council, by motion, established the downtown parking zone. And that's where we've currently been charging for parking. What should have happened at that time or in a follow-up action was the adoption of a resolution or preferably an ordinance. So that action failed to satisfy the municipal code. Go ahead. So as a result, the November action was consistent with your parking ordinance. Unfortunately, the November action and the actions that we've taken since 2019 were not based upon a solid foundation, in that the May 2019 action didn't comply with the municipal code. So from that, I had a number of recommendations for the city. The first one was that we should suspend the parking program until the parking zone is recast in an ordinance. So it's consistent with both our municipal code and state law. And the city manager implemented that as we reported out at our last meeting. And so you have not been continuing with the parking program during this interim period. The next thing is, my recommendation was that you adopt an ordinance setting the parking zone. So that's one of the items that's before you this evening. I also recommended that we revise the ordinance to clarify how you set rates. What you have on the books is compliant with state law. Unfortunately, I think that it's a little bit hard to follow, and that's part of what has led to where we are today. And so we wanted to sort of clarify that rate setting process. And then finally, I recommended that city offer refunds to people who had paid for parking or received citations within the last 12 months. The 12-month timeframe is set upon the Government Claims Act, which allows or requires the city to accept and follow through on claims within 12 months of the incident or the injury. Next page. So what you have before you this evening for first reading are some modifications to your ordinance. And the sections that we recommend changing are 12.42020 regarding parking zones. So as it currently sits, it says you can do it by ordinance or resolution. That is consistent with the vehicle code, but I think the better practice is to set it by ordinance. And so before you tonight is a recommendation to delete doing it by resolution. I think when we do things by resolution, it's a little bit harder for the public to find, whereas if it's by ordinance, it's in your municipal code. So it's a little bit more transparent, and understanding how important the issue is to the community. You know, transparency seemed to be a good thing. So we recommend doing that by ordinance. The other thing your ordinance does tonight, if you are to adopt it or introduce it for first reading, will be to establish the parameters of the downtown parking zone. And those are the same parameters that you established previously. So, you know, from 9th to 14th, you know, spring to pine, I forget. And so, you know, that's the recommendation there, is to establish those areas. It's specifically, from 10th Street to 14th Street and from Spring to Pine, and then the 900 block of both 12th and 13th. And that's consistent with where we've had paid parking recently. Yes, sir.
Quick question, Elizabeth. Wasn't that established though previously?
That was established, but it was not done by ordinance.
Correct. So we're not changing the actual footprint.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay.
I'm just taking it and putting it into your ordinance so that everybody knows exactly where it is.
Okay.
The next thing is in 12.42060. And actually, the change that I have up here is clarifying a change regarding signage. In lieu of that, I am actually going to recommend that you delete the sentence that is redlined in your staff report. Right now, it says the specific parking zone for which local parking regulations apply will be indicated on posted signage. It's unnecessary. It's stated previously in the paragraph, so when I reread it today, I would recommend you just delete that sentence. And it's, again, it's the sentence in your staff report that is, got the red portions to it. So it's in the middle of paragraph 12.42060. And it says the specific parking zone for which local parking regulations apply will be indicated on posted signage. It's unnecessary and it should be deleted. The next section that we are amending is 12.42070. And these changes are really just to implement what you had approved in November. The first thing is to reiterate that parking sessions commence at the point of parking a vehicle. That was already in your municipal code. It's in section 12.42080, but we're reiterating it here in 070. We also want to add language regarding the length of the allowed parking sessions can range from 15 minutes to 10 hours, and that'll be established by the city manager. And that is designed to achieve the 85% utilization rate. As you may recall, you had a parking study, well, a number of parking studies done, but most recently in 2018, you had a parking study done, and what your consultants talked to you about was that your goal for parking areas is to have an 85% utilization rate. And so your time limits and your charge, your fee, are all designed to help you achieve that 85% utilization rate. That was the policy or the goal that the council set back in 2018. And so we're recommending the change to allow that. The other section or recommended change is to authorize the free 15-minute parking spots. We have a number of those around town. And the way the ordinance is currently written, it talks about charging starting at as soon as you park. So we wanted to ensure that there was language in there to allow the city manager or the council to authorize the short-term free parking spaces if that was still the direction the council wanted to go. Are they 15? I thought they were 15. Are they 30 minutes? I apologize. We can make that 30 if that's the will of the council. And then the other thing that we are recommending is to establish a range of fees from $1 to $5. And then the actual rate will be established by the city manager with the goal of achieving that 85% utilization rate that we had discussed previously. And then finally, we added a section to authorize preferential parking privileges. Can be established by ordinance or resolution, which is really just a restatement of Vehicle Code Section 22507. But to the extent that the council is interested in continuing like the senior parking permit program, we wanted to make clear in the ordinance what the authorization for that is. It's not necessary that it be in there, but we thought it was, again, a transparency issue to make it clear going forward what the authorization was for those types of programs. So those are your changes to your ordinance. The other issue tonight that we wanted to talk about was the refund of parking fees or citations. As I said, it was our recommendation to voluntarily provide refunds in lieu of requiring people to file a government claim. The Government Claims Act, allows a 12-month reach back for overpayment of fees. It is the state statute that you must comply with if you want to file a claim or sue a city. The program, as I said, was suspended as of February 7th, 2024. So we would recommend offering refunds for anyone who paid for parking between February 6th, 2023 and February 6th, 2024. Staff has outlined a recommended process in your staff report as to how that would work. Customers would fill out the refund form. The customer has to demonstrate through some sort of means that they paid the parking. We have to have proof that we're repaying you for something that you actually paid. And then staff will review the form, process the refund, and the city is going to work on a website announcement. And we're recommending a 120-day period for people to file those claims so the city can process those refunds in a timely fashion. Next one. Oh, and that gets us to the recommendations. So the first recommendation is to introduce by first reading the ordinance, making the changes as we've discussed. And I would amend that to strike the one sentence that I've highlighted and to change that 15 minutes to 30 minutes. That was my mistake. To receive a report, which the city manager will give you momentarily, on the implementation and signage for the new downtown parking program, provided that you approve the ordinance and we move forward. And then 3, direct staff on the implementation of the proposed process for the refunds. And that concludes the report.
Okay. We'll begin with council questions.
Question?
Yep, sure.
Elizabeth, there was also a line after the one we struck in 1242-060, a vehicle may not return to the initial parking zone or parking lot sooner than 2 hours following the expiration of initial time period. Does that really pertain to minute 1 parking, or what is the purpose of that line?
So that is a holdover from your previous ordinance. I was trying to really focus on changes that were related to the items that we talked about in November, and to make sure that the ordinance itself was code compliant. That sentence would mean that if you paid for 5 hours worth of parking and you used your 5 hours, that you needed to remove your car and repark somewhere else.
But we're paying hourly.
Correct.
So
again, it's a holdover. I agree that it
do we need to strike that?
I believe you could strike that if you wanted to do that tonight.
And just so I know, was our November 21st action legal?
Yes. In and of itself, but the program is flawed.
But the program. Did we violate any Brown Act?
No, that's the next item on your agenda, but no, there was no Brown Act violation.
And did Mr. Layer's letter have any effect on these actions that we're taking?
Mr. Layer's letter led me to review your previous actions, but no, everything that was in his letter is proper. We handled properly. It's that there was a flaw in the program previously that his letter led me to discover.
Thank you.
To be clear then, it was your discovery that found the error.
Yes.
When it was originally not recorded properly.
Correct.
Literally an I with no dot on the top of it is what caused this all to happen?
Yes.
Okay, I want to make clear. Councilman Strong.
Now, my question, were you here when we first put this program in?
I was not your city attorney at the time.
Okay, so you can't answer the question.
No. I can't tell you how it happened.
Because, well, I know part of the answer. We originally did this because in 2003, we had an earthquake and buildings came down and bricks came down. And we discovered that every car that was damaged in the earthquake belonged to an employee. None of them were from customers. And they were all in those parking places right in front of the businesses. So it was our intention to put in a program that would stop the employees from parking in front of the businesses so the spaces would be available for customers. Now, the question I had is, did we accomplish that purpose with what we did? Number one. Number two, did we, number one, stop the employees from parking them? The second thing is, the purpose of stopping the employees was so the customers would fill those spaces. Have we had the customers fill the spaces? That's the second part of the question. But I don't know who can answer it.
Mr. Strong, maybe I can jump in. We do have statistical data that since the program has been suspended, I've asked the police department to go out and collect statistical data using license plate recognition just to monitor what's been going on. This past week, during a busy weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I can report back to council that 14% of the vehicles parked in the city proper in those parking spaces corresponded to license plates of employees parking downtown for 3 hours or more in any given period. So I can tell you, at least initially, we do have verifiable information that the employees, as soon as the program was suspended, began parking back downtown. Now, that number doesn't include those people that didn't buy employee parking permits. It could be others as well. But that is some of the most recent statistical data from a busy holiday weekend.
But that was 15% of the spaces?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Not 15, 15.
15%.
Were we able to correlate that to whether they were at work or were they downtown enjoying the theater or something?
Those are multiple days in a row, the same vehicles parked for 3 hours or more, 14% of the time.
All 14? I mean, how many vehicles was that?
I don't have that data for you, Mr. Bausch.
Can you get that for me?
I can do my best.
Thank you.
Okay, questions on this side for staff? Chris?
So, Elizabeth, on 12.42.060, can you read that sentence that you want us to strike?
Sure, it's in the middle of the paragraph, and it says, in your staff report, it's the one with the red highlights, and it says, the specific parking zone for which local parking regulations apply will be indicated on posted signage. And then Councilmember Roden has suggested potentially deleting the next sentence, which is a vehicle may not return to the initial parking zone or parking lot sooner than 2 hours following the expiration of the initial time period.
So how do we propose then to identify the parking stalls that this is applicable to?
So up at the top, it says that, you can't park there, and so in the beginning of that paragraph, let me rephrase. It says it shall be unlawful for any person except outside of the designated parking zones to park or operate, to park in any parking space upon any street within a parking zone or, and this is the key part, within a parking lot as indicated by proper signs placed in such zone. So that was my problem, is it's duplicative of the first sentence. And so it's unnecessary. We say in the first sentence that there will be parking signs. And then additionally, we have another section, which is in 12.38050, which says that there will be parking signs installed by the city engineer. So it's already in the ordinance in multiple places. And so it
So I guess that's part of the pushback is that it's confusing where, if I park here, I don't see a sign. Does that mean I'm in a free zone? I think one of the discussions that came out of the ad hoc committee was that we needed more signs. I can't see having more, no offense to the people that designed the new signs, but they're still ugly. And there's going to be more of them, more distracting. So how do we identify the zones that are described here in sentence number 1?
So, Mr. Bausch, that's a great question, and I agree with you. Those signs are god ugly. However, that's what's required by law in order to comply with our signage. So those signs, as designed, conform with what's called the MUTCTED, which is the Manual Uniform something or other of design, and it's federal and state standards that require those types of signs to be put up. Part of and this is going in to receive a report from the city manager about the signage. I agree with you. And so I tasked our team with not only putting up those signs, but we're also going to be putting away signs that when you drive into the zone, small ribbon type signs that say you're entering a paid parking zone. So that way it becomes very clear and not very obvious, much like when you come to a farmer's market. Over here, you see, the city has put out a big banner that says, hey, there's, parking enforcement today or towing, and we have those signs as well. But as you move into these zones, we'll have signs that if someone hits them, they just fall to the ground and pop back up. It won't be a big deal, but it will clearly identify that you're entering a paid parking zone in addition to the other signage that's been established over the years, but updated.
Chris, hang on a second. Fred, do you have a question related to this real quick?
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
Because we're talking about that 5-hour thing. Is that relating?
I'm sorry?
The 5-hour limit, right?
No. That was just an example I gave. There isn't a 5-hour limit.
Oh, so, but I mean, if they okay, I don't understand. You said something, they can't park back there for 2 hours.
The original ordinance was written for two purposes. One, was to implement paid parking as we designed it. The second aspect of that was also in case the city ever designed to implement any type of timed parking. Now, timed and paid parking are distinguishable because you can have timed without having paid, but you can't have paid without also having timed. So
Okay.
in this particular instance, if council were to establish, as has been discussed in the past, say a 2 or 3 hour restriction within that zone, you would have to leave the zone for 2 hours before you could come back and repark. So that was a way of, keeping those spots free without just moving from one spot to the X or moving your car 13 inches, something along those lines to say I moved my car.
So if you kept that in this ordinance, then we couldn't have any events in the park with exhibitors being there longer than a few hours, and then they'd have to end the event, correct?
If you were to retain timed parking without paid parking, then technically, without a street closure or some sort of exemption, which we could handle as administratively without enforcement, you could do that. But you are correct in the sense that there could be technical violations that could be enforced. But of course, we're going to operate within the spirit of the law, not the letter of the law.
Okay, thank you.
Back to Chris.
So, thank you. With still on .060, the last sentence, within parameters set by city council, the city manager or their designee may set and adjust the parking zones, posted time limits, etc. And then again down on .070, paragraph C, under authority of the California Vehicle Code, the City Council establishes a range of hourly park from $1 to $5. The city manager or their designee shall set the rate of the parking zones within that range consistent with achieving the 85% target utilization. So under both sentences, both paragraphs, the City Council sets those parameters, but the city manager can change those. Am I reading that correctly?
At my own peril, you are correct.
So
Well, he can operate within the parameters you have set. He can't go beyond
and
those.
Ty, I really trust you implicitly, of course, but I don't know about that next guy that's coming in after you. Do we need?
I do.
Do we
Mr.
need
Hewitt's a good guy.
to? Do we need to put something in there? That the council must approve changes proposed by the city manager.
Yeah, you could. So that's
Thank
not
you.
what your ordinance has said historically. And so again, I was making changes consistent with your November action.
I mean,
If you wanna do
we're up to our
additional
eyeballs in hot water with $1 an hour. God forbid it ever got to $5 an hour.
That'd be between the two
I would
of you.
I would like to see when you're going to bring this back for a second reading. Let's at council's purview, of course, but I would like to talk about that when we get to proposing a motion.
Okay. Councilman Gregory.
I don't want to ask any questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything? Yeah. Okay. We'll go ahead and open it up then to the public. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward.
Turn my mic off?
Hang on.
Actually, Mr. Hammond.
Hang on.
Mr. Hammond.
Mr. Hammond, if we could get the report
It
from
was
the city
on.
manager. Just 1 second, Dale.
Hang on.
One
Dale.
second.
If we
Dale.
can get the report from the city manager, so we've completed the staff report, there's still a little bit more to go on the staff
Sure.
report.
All right. Let's go ahead and listen to Ty then.
Warren, are you able to put up the traffic signs?
No.
No, hang on. Why don't you sit down for a minute because this is going to be a bit.
We called prematurely, Dale. Sorry.
We're not finished yet.
We're trying to pull up the proposed signage.
While they're looking for that, can I ask another question?
Sure. Go
So
ahead.
on the claim form that we're asking citizens to fill out, did we figure out a way to make that a fillable PDF online, or is that going to be fillable by hard copy? How are we going to do that?
Yeah, our IT staff and team are working on making that fillable to make it. We're committed to trying to use technology to our favor.
That question does not by any stretch imply that I approve that form.
Nor did I take it that way.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
Can we turn the AC down a little bit? It's a little
Frida's working on it.
There we go.
I heard yesterday.
Okay, so you're going to see a series of signs here. And again, the colors and the design of these are regulated just as much as anything is. So from our staff to the community and the council, we wish that we could design a better looking sign, but unfortunately there are restrictions. So the first sign that you're going to see is changes accommodating the technology that we have. Not only do you see, the pay to park name and the hours that is established by the PRMC, which is reflected there, but it shows you how you can do it. It tells you that you need a vehicle license plate. It's required, and you can pay at the station. You can pay by phone or by text. If you can go to the next sign. This is pretty obvious. Pay here. Next. Now, this was one of the big points of contention for many in the community that said, hey, the employee parking lots were a little bit confusing because they said public parking. We removed that logo from there so it didn't show that it was public parking. It shows that a monthly permit is required. And they're requesting for front-end parking only, and that requirement is to be able to aid our staff in being able to collect license plate data and information by not every car decides to put a front license plate on, unfortunately. And it also tells you that there's no public parking between 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., which also implies that after 8 p.m. or before 8 a.m., you can park there for that. We also put a link there, or at least so everybody can see where to find parking information at prcity.com, which I think we are probably going to have to update because we're in the process of changing our city website. So we'll have to address that. But it's also there in Spanish, and we have created a Spanish translated page for those that need information on parking and what's required in Spanish as well. And then, of course, the arrow at the bottom indicates the area between which you can park, pointing in both directions. Next sign.
quick question.
Yep.
If you back up, it says monthly permit. Are these also the senior permit areas?
Senior parking allows seniors to park anywhere downtown.
Anywhere. Okay.
Question
real
two
quick,
on
Fred, go
this.
ahead. Yeah.
There are some handicap spaces in those parking lots. Can they not be used from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.?
They're even a tier above senior parking. You can park anywhere you want in parking with, as long as you have a handicap placard.
Thank you.
Okay. And there is the rocker that goes below. This is intentional, again, as the community and council knows that there may be an occasion where we have to change vendors, technology, and we don't want to replace thousands of dollars worth of signs. It's much easier to replace a rocker that goes below the main sign that tells you the technology that's being used, where to download it, and where to text your park if you want to pay by text. And again, we put instructions in Spanish for those that don't speak English.
I had a question, and I think you answered it for me, that I was wondering why we couldn't put this text number on that first main sign that you were talking about. And you mentioned basically that these are easily replaced versus the other ones are not. So again,
much cheaper process.
It is. And then therefore these would be mounted directly below the main sign at every location.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
If I look at that, I'm going to go to get it on Google Play. But where that vertical line is, maybe we could insert an or. You don't do both.
Yeah,
that's an option.
On the original sign that has that above, it has or. So you've got a 2-sign system and it says or. This one we didn't add the or, but we can add the or if that's council's preference.
Okay. I think it's a good idea.
And is that the last sign? Yep. So I apologize for the ribbon part. The ribbon one wasn't attached there, but the ribbon signs will be placed at the entrances to all of the parking zones as well.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Ty. Okay. Now we will open now to
one last item. So if council approves all of this, we're looking at the next 30 days while the ordinance is going through its first and second reading to get all of the signage up, make sure that the technology is working and in place with a go live date of April 5th.
April 5th.
That's correct.
Okay. Go ahead, Chris.
What is the improvements that we asked for regarding the kiosk?
So the kiosks are, the technology is being changed in a couple of ways. So the application will no longer have a 2-hour free button that you go through and try and get those. It's going to reflect the updated signage information as well as the hours of parking, and the $1 per hour from minute one is what's going to happen on the technology app, which will coincide with what most people are familiar with. The kiosks themselves are also being upgraded to reflect the new hourly rates and the process for payment there as well. Are there additional questions that you had about that?
Are they easier to read? Are they easier to use?
The kiosks themselves are not being replaced. Those would cost extra expense. We are looking at alternatives as those need to be replaced or upgraded to be able to improve those, to improve visibility. So as of right now, the actual kiosks will remain the same as we don't have the ability or the financing at this point to replace all of the kiosks, but they will be upgraded as we move forward.
So what about allowing additional time for a patron to get from their car to the kiosk?
If I understand your question, you're asking, will people get tickets for walking over to the kiosk and entering in their license plate? Is that correct? We'll continue we'll continue the same posture that we've had in the past, which is, and I think Donna and others testified to this the last time they were at council, and I think echoed by one of our council members, that our folks do a heck of a job trying to identify people that are standing at any of the kiosks and asking them where they're parked so they don't get a ticket. Otherwise, it's near impossible in a community, in a parking area this large, to be able to identify when somebody's walking from a car to a kiosk with hundreds of parking spaces.
One of the things that came up was the people get to a kiosk and they want to use cash, and they find out, oh, that kiosk is over across the park, and now I have to walk some distance, and they get a ticket unfairly. I think we need to adjust that grace period, or install more machines that accept cash.
Okay. I think we can evaluate all those, Mr. Bausch, and I think those are all fair points. And again, we don't want to issue anybody a ticket in a punitive manner as you're describing. Our interest is not to anger people.
Okay.
That ship has sailed.
You believe that? All right. So we'll go ahead and end the public comment at this point. Let's go ahead and get Dale to start. Dale, if you would start with your name.
Dale Augustin, 630 13th Street. As you know, I've been involved in this since the start. And in 2018, I proposed a time parking only. And I listened to all the proposals by Julie Dixon and her promises that on a program that was Monday through Friday, ending at 6 p.m., would be self-sustaining. That was her promise. Oh, but I only had one officer, too. Parking ambassador, we called him. Used to call them meter maids. And so now she says, oh, well, we got to change it. We got to go till 8 o'clock, 7 days a week. Well, what happened? You know what happened. People started losing business because the locals didn't like it. And they still don't, do they? Anybody got signs?
We're going to have to keep you guys quiet, or else we're going to have you go.
I just asked for the sign showing, not any vocal.
Yeah.
Anyway, if I don't have a cell phone, I'm at a distinct disadvantage. Does that sign say anything about where to pay cash? No. So I'm going to get a ticket if I don't have a cell phone, or I'm not going to come downtown. Think about it. The merchants are upset because they're losing business. We lost VIX. Red Scooter's smart enough to relocate where there's free parking. I ask, out of the 156 pages, how many councilmen would raise their hand if I asked you, did you read your packet tonight?
Yep.
One, Sharon Roden. Yet you're going to make a motion to approve this? You know it's unpopular. And you know why it's unpopular? Because the original goal wasn't worth it. Too much loss of business, too much disgruntled patrons refusing to come downtown because they don't like it. Now, you're weighing that against trying to Mickey Mouse this program, thinking you're going to make it pay for itself. And it'll keep the employees out of the parking. As was indicated, you don't know how many of those employees were at a business while they were not working.
Thank you, Dale. Okay, we're going to have to keep it quiet because we're trying to do a business job here, so please. All right. Sir, go ahead.
I'm David Nelson. So, I spoke to you earlier, and I'll talk about this in a minute, about whether this stuff is legal. I'm surprised that people have come here to talk about readdressing the parking ban. You've spent a lot of time creating a whole new thing that you're proposing, and we've just spent a whole bunch of time talking about the signs and what color they should be. And I think the city council might like to see a quiet show of hands who wants free parking downtown. We haven't discussed that. You're not here to, that hasn't been mentioned at all. The city managers use city money to go check on parking on cars downtown right now while there is no regulation. Free parking for everyone, whether you're an employee or not. You've spent city money to go see who are employees that are parking downtown, whether they're working or not. I think that's a bad use of our money. The city attorney is here to declare to us that everything's been done properly. But right now, there is no downtown parking zone, if I'm not mistaken, because we didn't follow the rule. On November whatever date, when there was a vote here on what should be paid for the downtown parking zone, it didn't exist. It still doesn't exist today. That vote was invalid. You can't come back, declare a parking zone, and say we're going to use that vote from November for a parking zone that didn't exist. I insist that that be wiped out, and you come back, let people discuss publicly, and then vote on it. Your new proposed thing says the city manager will decide how much is charged, with a goal of 85%. How so? How will the city manager decide? What will they do? We've had 2 hours free parking for quite a while now, and we've only made 85% occupancy at 6 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. So how possibly with $1 an hour will we get more people parking than the rest of the time? Seems impossible. I think we should refer to other cities on how they get 85%. I talk about that. So I'm going to stop with my topics and leave some for the other people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good evening again. I'm Julie Tacker, and you do have a thick packet tonight, and there is a lot of red and strike throughs, and I would just say, strike it all. Strike it all. It looks like your community does not want to have to pay for parking. If you didn't have an ordinance, there'd be no kiosks to fix. There'd be no signs to dislike. There's no ordinance. And there's free parking. The staff report doesn't say when the second reading will occur, and I'm hoping that you will give us a date certain so we can be back and tell them again, no ordinance, no paid parking. The analysis that you've done to see how many employees are parking, 14% were parking in that area. That means 86% were not employees. That's the win, right? Did you do an analysis on the increased sales tax that's coming in because these businesses are picking up sales? That revenue comes to you. You want it both ways. Clearly, to charge for parking prevents the sales tax. Enjoy the sales tax, and people will enjoy your community. They'll come here to shop. They'll spend their money. They'll buy another round, and they'll stay. To get to the nitty-gritty, I hate to even go here because you should strike the whole thing, as I said at the top. But to fill out a form and provide proof of payment? Provide proof of payment. Mr. Strong, you just went to Orange County. Do you have proof of payment from where you parked? You probably do tonight because it's going to be reimbursed by the city. But the rest of us throw away that ticket or don't go back and look at that statement from our phone or our credit card. And you're going to put the burden on the people who park there. It wasn't their fault that your law is illegal. That's your problem, and you need to offer it up freely. Don't make people jump through hoops to get their own money back.
Thank you. All right, we'll stop. We're going to do this like in the county. Anybody that wants to approve of a speaker, you can wave your hands, but I don't want to hear any more noise because it's distracting. We're trying to listen to people here, please. All right, so you can do that. I don't care, but no more noise. Michael.
Michael Rivera, forgive my passion. I get a little passionate sometimes. People may have recognized that about my personality. Could be good, could be bad. My wife says it's kind of good, it's kind of bad. But anyway, you know, there's an old saying, when you're digging a hole and you want to get out of it, stop digging. Just stop digging. It's real easy. Get the shovel and stop. Then figure out a way to get out of the hole. The way to get out of this hole is do what that young woman just said. Just stop. Stop the program. Revisit it in 6 months. See how people feel about stopping the program. It's not that hard. I know you're going to lose a ton. You think you're going to lose a ton of money, but you're going to gain a lot of positive feedback because the people here deserve to not be fined for coming downtown and parking to visit businesses. Now, Ty Lewis has shepherded this through from the time he was the police chief up until now. How's that working out for everybody? Not too good. Competence, incompetence, I kind of think it's incompetent, but that's just me. As far as I'm concerned, this whole thing is just shown the people of this city how unresponsive this city council is to the people of this city.
And the people of this city deserve better. They deserve better from their city manager. And by the way, Ty, I know what you did. You know what you did. And you know the most important thing is it gives me peace? It's God knows what you did.
Address the council here, Mike.
I am addressing the council.
Oh, really?
And the dais. Who's sitting on the dais right now? So, you know, when you look at something like this, it's pretty obvious to do the right thing. First of all, don't force people to fill out a form to get their money back. That's kind of tacky. And number two, just stop the program. Revisit this in 6 months. Come back, ask the business owners, led by Main Street. Main Street has a pulse on this city. They know what's going on. And ask them what they think we should do going forward. 6 months will get us into the spring and into the busy season of the summer. And it will give us an indication of if there's a big problem. I don't think there is. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Clive Pinder. I'm here from KVEC Talk Radio. I just have some questions that hopefully you'll be able to answer directly. If not, I'll take them in a letter from the council afterwards. First question is, why not repay all the fines that have been raised or fees raised since the time that the program has been declared unlawful? I know that the law allows you to only go back 12 months, but as we know, rules are for the observance of fools and the guidance of wise men. It's within the council's remit to go back to the time when they now admit that the program was, as I understand it, unlawful. The second question is, I understand that the current corporate council wasn't here when the unlawful decision was taken. Was there corporate council when that unlawful decision was taken? And if so, will the council be going back to that corporate council to ask for them to participate in the costs of the error of their advice? The third question is, would the current corporate council have reviewed the program if the council had not been served with a letter before action? And the fourth question is, this has been presented to the public as a review of the parking system. Now, I understand that both the Downtown Association and Travel Paso are now against the program. So my final question is, has the council and its officers engaged these two organizations to get what their opinions on how the program is operating and working for them at the moment?
We'll get your answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Stephen King. I reside at 1315 Larkspur Lane in Paso Robles. Thank you, Mayor, council members, city staff. I speak as a private citizen with experience with the system of parking and also as a member and chair of the design committee for Paso Robles Downtown Main Street Association. As part of my duties in running the meetings, we have a joint meeting of design committee and economic vitality committee that meets monthly. We read our mission statements, and those mission statements include themes like taking actions to increase the economic vitality of the city and to improve the end user experience for people that come to our city, whether residents or visitors. It's my feeling, and I think it's not a secret, the majority of those involved with Main Street feel that the parking program is a detriment to the economic vitality of the city and a detriment to our experience as people that visit the downtown portion of the city. And I think there has been a trend that we, as patrons and as people spending our money, will go elsewhere rather than come to downtown. Frankly, some of those elsewheres are still places that are paying where our sales tax is coming to the city. So it's not lost, it's just spent somewhere else. My experience with, I got one ticket more than a year ago, so beyond your year. But in my experience, I went to the machine. The low morning sun was shining on the scratches on the screen. I couldn't read it. So I went across the street to another machine and I went in for my 2 free hours so that I could attend a job walk as a volunteer with city officials doing a volunteer walk for downtown planning. I got a ticket even though I had registered properly, but I put my license plate number in a little bit wrong. I appealed it. My appeal was rejected. I don't miss the money, but I attempted and I failed, and I think a lot of people have that problem of whether it's cell phone use or credit card use. It's not easy. It's easy to make a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hi, council members and mayor and city staff. My name is Carla Carey. I'm one of the owners at Spare Time Used Books, which is on 945 12th Street in downtown Paso Robles. My business partner Cleo's in the back there. We have seen a massive uptick in sales in the last 2 weeks that have trumped anything over the last 5 years, according to our sales numbers that we have reviewed. Although we are new owners, we've seen record sales. That's very encouraging for us as a used bookstore, which is a business that is not very seen. Unfortunately, a lot of small businesses are going under because of big box stores and people coming from the Bay Area and LA. And I think that the locals are the lifeblood of this community. And you look at a city like San Luis Obispo, which implemented paid parking, and their downtown suffered. If you walk downtown San Luis Obispo, it's absolutely barren. There's more empty buildings for rent than there are occupied spaces. And I do think that that's a huge detriment to the local, to the local, do you mind if I just?
There you go. Thank you.
I do think it's a detriment to the local morale, and I think that if we don't want to end up like, San Francisco or San Luis Obispo, I think that keeping into consideration the feelings of the locals is really important, especially since we've had, I can play you any of the videos I have on my phone of locals that have come in and said that they are here because of
downtown shoppers. We haven't been downtown since the parking fees started, but now we feel happy that we're able to come downtown.
Hello, I'm a local resident, and I'm so happy to report that we have free parking, and now I can come to my favorite bookstore anytime I want.
And then
Okay.
people came in, they said.
So I am so excited that I finally get to come and welcome you to the neighborhood. I'm here because...
Anyways, I could play more videos, but essentially when people would come in and say, we're here because of free parking, I would ask them if they wanted to say anything to the camera, and a lot of them did. And I thought that was really heartwarming, and it does make a big difference. So if there's a way to get parking to not be paid, if there's another way to kind of implement this, I don't know, or maybe take the funds and build a parking garage somewhere for the employees. I also think that 14% of employees being downtown, you have to keep in mind these are small businesses and a lot of them are probably business owners. We have found that we had to park in front of our business sometimes because there's no other place to go. So we've paid hundreds of dollars over the last few months in parking just because we need a place to park because we need to open on time and be there for our customers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I speak, can you go back to the slide that has the parking sign with the exact ordinance cited on the parking, on the sign? Do you know what I'm talking about? Can you go up and show the exact ordinance that's on the sign? 1238-050. Okay. 1238-050 says, when appropriate signs are in place indicating limited time parking or paid parking are installed, no vehicle shall be parked for more time than specified on the appropriate signs, based upon the designated days and hours. What does this have to do with a paid parking program? What does that even mean? If you get cited under that ordinance, how can you even go back to that ordinance and make an appeal? There's nothing there about initiating a session. Do you even know what's in your own laws? Have you even looked at this in detail? I mean, this should be all over. This is crazy. If anything, you should have had 1242 up there because that's what the DMV, yes.
No.
Yes, Ty, this is crazy.
This
That's
is for
the exact-
employee parking lot. This isn't for paid parking downtown, Mr. Lear.
Employee parking.
Okay, that's 1228, but I have a friend who got a ticket, and that was the one that was cited, 1238-050, and it was failure to initiate, and that was on the ticket that he got. And I have had people tell me that business is up, that they're very happy. As far BBK already lost a case on the Brown Act. You need to bring in another lawyer to look at this. You can't have a lawyer whose firm can be liable for errors and omission, then go back and review it. That's a conflict of interest. But I can tell you that my friend sent me a ticket, and that was the code. That was 1238-050, and on that code it said failure to initiate session. There's nothing about a session in 1238-050. If anything, it should be 1242, with the DMV says that's where you establish parking zones. You just don't have a grasp of the details. You don't understand that the municipal laws are established by the Constitution. The DMV was set up by the legislature. The DMV code says that you have to have the zones and the fees delineated, and you have a section that says parking zones 1242. So if I got a ticket, I would go to 1242 to look and see exactly what I was being charged with, because we're innocent until proven guilty. If I get a ticket and I appeal it, it's the burden of proof is on the police department. You could scan a license plate anywhere and write that person up, but there was no documentation where my friend was parked. It just said failure to initiate 1238-050, and there's nothing. It should have been 1242 for 1242, but that shows you don't have a grasp of what's going on here, how your things are written up, what needs to be put where, and it's just not right.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Michelle Giudice Nelson, and I'm a resident of Paso Robles. I don't like the parking the way that it seems to be have instituted, the way that you guys have just taken liberties. These are the people who pay the salaries around here. Talking about not wanting to make people upset, and you don't want to write tickets, but it's my understanding that 8,000 tickets were written last year. That's 22 tickets a day. You want to wonder why people are angry. This is it. With no grace period, residents of Paso Robles may still get ticketed while paying or registering their car for parking. What recourse is there? Who's benefiting from this program? There's proceeds. There's money that goes in. So where does that money go? And I'm asking this question because I think we need to be held accountable. You guys are presenting expenses of signage, expenses of erecting those signs, maintaining those kiosks. And I think what really captured me was the translation. You have to translate this in other languages, and that doesn't come for free. That's jobs that needs to be filled. Somebody needs to be doing those jobs. Is that what we're proposing, that we're going to pay in parking that? Because I think that is absolutely outrageous. I like coming downtown. I will continue to support downtown, but this is just irritating me. That's all I have to say. Think about it.
Welcome.
My name is Carolyn Logidici. I live on 445 Morgan Lane. And the only thing I really have to say about all of this parking thing is I would have come downtown and shopped a lot, but I didn't because I'm 77. It's very difficult for me to find a place to park. And it was really difficult for me to do this slow bird thing. So consequently, I just didn't come to shop. And I think you guys lost out a lot because I am very good at shopping. And my husband, who is dead and gone, he's dead. He died 7 years ago. And I'm sure he's probably flipping over in his grave for how much money I've spent that he left me. But I think you should have free parking. I mean, where I came from was San Diego, and they had a lot of parking. I never had to pay for parking in San Diego. Now, I know San Diego is a way bigger city, and I came here because I'm 77, and my daughter thinks I'm going to die sometime soon. I don't think so, but whatever. I would like that you would consider, really, thinking it over what to do about the parking. Because I would come downtown. I now drive to Santa Barbara. It's a lot farther, but they have free parking.
Thank you, ma'am.
James Schaefer, 1605 Stormy Way, Paso Robles. I'd like to share a brief quote from John Major, Prime Minister of Great Britain back in the 1990s. Far, far better to admit a mistaken policy early on than to persevere stubbornly.
Thank you. Welcome.
Monty Jones, Paso Robles, business owner. I don't know if Gary is here or anyone else behind the cease and desist letter.
That's not this item, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, round of applause to them for actually providing real leadership to this city, which you all failed to do on the city council. You've taken advice from Ms. Hall and Mr. Lewis, who ran Vic's Cafe after 84 years out, in part because of the parking problem. Ms. Hall, you didn't know that there was a 30-minute free parking zone. That's basic downtown issues. You're taking advice from her. Mr. Lewis, you want 85% utilization. Police chief said 14% of license plates are scanned as employees. Okay, well, we'll take that. If that's true, that's 86% utilization. I just don't understand. I've been to all these parking meetings over the last year. Every single citizen that came and spoke, your constituents, have been against the status quo. It went from 2 hours to free. Everyone said just chalk the tires for 2 hours, get people to move. You went to $1, or then you went to $2 after 2 hours. Every single person said, don't do this. And you refused to take the city's advice. Then we went to $1 an hour starting at minute one. Every single person said, do not do it. And yet y'all continued to plow ahead on the advice of Ms. Hall and Mr. Lewis. We just got testimony, whatever. We got, Mr. Lewis said it would take thousands of dollars to replace the Flowbird signs. With all due respect, this is going to cost us millions of dollars, potentially, in back payment, but yet we still continue to take the advice of city employees who are supposed to represent us, the people here, but it seems like it falls on deaf ears when the people speak that these are bad ideas. I just cannot understand when the people speak and say, do not do this, there are better solutions. Better solutions include Carmel by the Sea, who probably get 2 million more visitors a year than Paso Robles. You know how many meters they have in Carmel by the Sea? Zero. The square of Sonoma, which is a similar square to Paso Robles. You know how many meters they have in the square of Sonoma? Thank you, Mr. Strong. It's zero. Why do we continue to beat our heads against the wall against the advice of the city? This is insanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, welcome.
Jeff Carr, Paso Robles. It's time to eliminate this parking program and stay out of the parking business, downtown parking business for good. It's widely hated by the community and it's been a financial failure. I've seen no evidence presented that it's going to get even better, and it gets worse day by day. I've been listening to public comment on this topic for years, and the residents and visitors to downtown do not want paid parking. They do not want this parking system. For years, the lack of downtown parking was a feature. We were proud of it. You know, whether you were a local or a tourist, people spread the word. It was a good thing. And then recently that you showed a Paso Robles airport video from 1975, and it was part of the airport history. You praised the wisdom of that time and what we did. But if you would have listened a little further into that video, you would have heard the narrator say, "Not a single parking meter in the whole city to discourage local people or the many, many ranchers that come to shop from a wide area around Paso Robles." This philosophy, in fact, about city parking was part of the character and charm of the city, and specifically downtown. It should have been protected. In October, Paso Robles Press did an interview with John Hammond when he was addressing how we need to, accommodate tourists to help pay our bills. He was then quoted as saying, "We're not going to change our downtown character. We're going to keep it the way it is." But sadly, just months later, you and the council are approving this parking program that, in my opinion, and I think most of everybody else here, has drastically and detrimentally changed the character of downtown. During recent agenda items about local airport fees, Mayor Hammond has also commented that he was happy the city's local airport was not charging landing fees for small aircraft like he flies. He doesn't like the attitude at some airports that charge landing fees, where he has to get out his wallet immediately upon arrival. And I think you mentioned Aspen, Colorado. Yet you don't seem to make the connection to what you're doing here, where any citizen, that comes in here from across town, or anybody that comes in as a tourist, the minute they land in downtown, they have to get their wallet out and register their car and pay for parking. Doesn't fit the character of this city. It's not just about employees either. Council member Gregory's attitude seems to be that a parking system is needed to turn downtown into a factory to accommodate all the tourists, where we get people parked, get them to spend their money, and then get them out quickly for the next group. He knows better, he always knows better, and continually ignores the feelings of residents and business owners. That does not fit the character of the city. We've had 4 meetings of a parking ad hoc committee that among its tasks was to decide if this parking system is what the people of the city want. That was Mayor Martin's Blue Sock, Red Sock analogy. Despite the effort being derailed, we did receive public comments, similar to the public comments we've heard for years, and tonight expressing the overwhelming opinion of no. The people of the city of Paso Robles do not want this parking system or paid parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
How you doing? Keith Entwistle, 1703 Via Lantana here in Paso. I think the one thing I hope you guys keep in mind is that the locals not only before went downtown on the weekends and spent money, but they're the ones spending money during the week as well when the tourists aren't here. And I just think everybody I've talked to, I have a couple elderly neighbors, they just said they completely stopped going downtown. They go to Atascadero, they go somewhere else where there's no parking. But that being said, I'm a tourist myself when I go other places, right? So if I was from Napa, say, and I came to Paso Robles, how would I know that I'm eligible to get a refund on my ticket? Are notices going out to all the tourists that came down there? I'm sure the answer is no. I mean, sometimes I feel this program just hasn't met any of the goals that it was set out to do. And I just feel that, I keep thinking, I'm an insurance guy, so I always think like, It just seems like there's a lot of bad faith, and this whole refund policy seems like it's completely bad faith. The purpose of this refund policy is to get people not to fill out that form. And they're also not going to notify, I mean, I would probably say 85% of those tickets probably went to tourists. Are any notifications going out to them that they're eligible to get a refund on these tickets? I'm sure the answer is no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. John, welcome.
Hi, John Roush, 1321 Spring Street, number 202. First thing I'd like to say is it's absolutely amazing to me that the city staff goes around to read the license plates to see how many employees parked on the street while we have free parking. It seems to me the city manager should be doing the most for this city and asking the questions that mean the most to this city. How about going around to the businesses and asking how we've done since we have free parking? Nope, we're not going to do that. We're going to see how many employees we have. So, yeah, I'm one of the passionate few, John, that stands up here like all these people here every single time. So I'll tell you what's happened since free parking. We have since January 1 to February 15th, last Thursday, the Park Cinemas outgrossed the Colony Cinemas in Atascadero by 22%. Okay? That's really wonderful. This past weekend, we outgrossed the Colony Cinemas by 64%. You think this isn't hurting our businesses? You're making a huge mistake. You are losing sales tax revenues that this city could get. By city staff financials, $89,000 you made in fiscal year 23 from this, with $440,000 in fines, which of course we don't want to give anybody. You probably lost far, far more. I sent you a letter outlining some of the ideas that I thought should be applicable. You probably lost $200,000 to $600,000 in sales tax revenue from the downtown core. You're making a huge mistake with this, and it's really a shame. So, John, Mayor Hammond, you sent a letter that says, and I quote, many of the folks, this is about the November meeting, many of the folks speaking last meeting were merchants and not the ones who have appreciated the program. Council who listen and react to small, passionate groups with special or self-interest do not always make the best decisions for all when it comes to public property. I'm sorry you're with some of the passionate small groups that show up every meeting and tell you this. How many people do we have to get here, John, before you start listening to your constituents? Does it take 1,000? Does it take 5,000? Because if that's what it takes, we'll get them here to tell you. You are making a huge mistake.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Wiesinger. I'm a small business owner here in Paso Robles. I've stood at this podium before talking to you guys about the same issue. I know a few of you that are really excited about this program and how much effort has been put into this program. But Mayor, you started out this evening talking about when everyone started clapping, this is a business issue. This is a small business issue for me, correct, as a community issue, but you're treating this like it's a government business issue. And I understand that when it comes to the business of running a government, how we're generating revenues is really important. And I think there's been a lot of great groundwork that has been laid to create a parking program, but there's a lot more that needs to be done. So I'm going to start by saying, please consider this is a bad ordinance. If we've all been out here talking about it, we know that the ordinance is just about ready. You're about ready to vote on it, but this is a bad ordinance. It's turning us our downtown community into a lot of the problems that San Luis Obispo is having. I wish you guys could see that this is not good for our small business. I understand that the city might be in the hole because of this program for a bit, and I'm all about coming to as many meetings as I can to discuss other ways to generate revenue for the city. But when we talk about sales tax revenues and how much business is being affected by this parking program, it's not helping our businesses. Is it barely gonna help you guys get out of this hole? Maybe, but if you could go back and reconsider the ordinance and vote this ordinance program down, please. Going back to Mr. Strong's point about keeping employees out of the downtown area. Mr. Lewis, you had mentioned the 15% rate. Am I to understand that we're hitting the 85%?
No, simply saying all the cars parked downtown, 15% approximately are employees at any given time.
Right. So if we're hitting 85% of the parking is to non-employees, we're hitting our goal and it's free.
If you can keep the employees out of downtown.
We're looking for an 85% compliance rate and we have it. Am I not? I mean, 15% of the parking is being taken up by employees and it's free. 85% of the folks that are coming downtown, they're coming downtown. I'm happy to learn more if I'm misunderstanding that, but it's kind of a basic program where we just had a busy weekend. It was free parking. Employees were taking up some spots. Customers are taking up 85+%. We're already achieving the goal. Please reconsider this ordinance. Please, let's come back to and discuss it again later. Please vote this ordinance down.
Jan, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Jan Hopp. I live at 1940 San Marcos Road, Paso Robles, California. My hometown that is going down the toilet. Our reputation is so severely negative. I can't even believe it. I came here in 1980, and I love this town. I hate seeing what's happening. People are fighting with each other with the opposite sides. You're on one side, we're on another side, and look at how filled this room is. You're fantastic, all of you. Thank you for being here. And Stretch from KSBY, I don't know his first name, but thank you for being here. Christopher was here too from KPRL. I don't see him right now, but thank you for being here and supporting us. I made notes, but you know what? My husband has never been to a city council meeting. And thank you for coming with me tonight, honey. I appreciate it. I appreciate your support. Thank you for being here. And when you get your $50 back, it's going in my pocket. I'm going to do some shopping downtown. We have not only our downtown businesses are suffering, we have other businesses that are on the west side and the east side are being, their businesses aren't doing as well because the downtown people are parking in their free parking spaces. So their businesses are in jeopardy. I have a friend that wanted to open a jewelry store here in Paso. She went to a Atascadero instead because of the paid parking. Yeah, I think I'm getting back to this turnout. I'm so grateful for all of you for being here. Thank you for putting us at the beginning of the agenda and not the end of the agenda. But I have a question for each and every one of you. City Council, City Manager, do you care about Paso Robles? Do you really care about us, the people that pay your we pay your paycheck, we pay your salary? Think about it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jan. Yeah.
I think all these people are going to hate me here. I'm Papanakis in Paso Robles, and my office for 10 years or so was the Clock Tower building. When the building fell down in the earthquake, the then city council, in their infinite wisdom, agreed to allow their 4 stories to be put in. And the building next door to the Clock Tower building, they put 3 stories in. The original Clock Tower building was 2 stories. I retired from the company there, Glen Air. I'm not affiliated with them. They rent out both those buildings, the 2nd and 3rd floors. There is some 50 employees when I left. Now, people aren't aware of that. You know why? It's because they're parking in the permitted parking area. So if you open up parking, I'd suggest the council consider how you're going to handle that. I believe the Bank of America building is still vacant, right? On Spring Street?
Yeah.
Or
13th and Park.
Yeah. When the prisons moved out of there, parking changed drastically because all those employees are now over on 16th or whatever. Though if you take those employees and my ex-employees and you tell them, you can park any place you want, the whole city park is going to be busy, city streets are going to be busy from 7 a.m. to 4 o'clock probably. That's a lot of cars. And the good thing, I don't like parking by the way either, but the good thing about what the city did was it took the businesses and let us move, or made us move to the parking lots. So if you go to those parking lots on Railroad and Spring Street, they're pretty much those employees. My office was in the clock tower. I sat in that little oval thing. And to Fred's comment, I used to come in every morning. I usually start about 7. And I'd look up and down the street. I could see everything on Park Street and everything on
12.
12, thank you. It's been a long time. And one by one, the business owners, the employees, would come and park in front of their stores. And I never could figure it out. Since I was in charge of my business, I made the employees all park on the park side. So they never 100% ever parked in front of a business, although they were parked on the park. If this change takes place, I think you know where those 50 people are going to be parking. So something to consider. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Pat.
Hello, Jennifer Rausch-Kloth from Park Cinemas, if you can't tell. Yeah, I like to show off. No, but thank you very much for having us and listening. A couple different things. One, regarding employee parking. I do have a few questions. How many current employee parking spaces do we have? And how many employees do we have downtown for the 303 said businesses? I believe when I counted like 150 parking spaces for over 303 businesses doesn't even mean 1 parking space per business. So please let me know where else I can send my employees. I don't have a problem telling them they can't park in front of a business, and they listen. They want to have a job. They want to be downtown. They want to do what's right. They know not to park in front of a business when it's open. But I also need to make sure that everybody's safe, that when money leaves, things like that, that my employees are safe and have a place to go, and that there's lights and all that fun stuff. And some of that stuff has been brought up over and over again. So yes, there are times when I'm going to have my employees park in front of my business, and I'm okay with that because I know that they're going to do the right thing when asked to do so. But on the other hand, I'd love for you guys to come in and visit with us and visit with all of our friends, because having this open parking for 2 weeks, do you know how many people I've got to see again? I haven't seen people for years, and all of a sudden these people are showing up out of the woodwork. I don't know. Hey, guess what? I haven't seen you for this time. Oh, did you know I went to Red Scooter the other day? Did you know I went over there to the catch? I didn't realize that they were still there. I've been hearing this for the last 2 weeks, and a lot of it is because people are willing to come back downtown. I've had kids coming in that have not really been around much. I've seen kids, because I take mine, we go and play at the, over at the park. I've seen people walking hand in hand. People are enjoying downtown again, which for me is just like, it gives me that goosebumpy feeling, that thing that we feel versus the other when you get peed off and you get angry and you just don't want to deal with anything. The other issue is downtown supposed to be a destination location? Am I supposed to say to my customers, I'm sorry, you can only be down here for 2 hours, but your movie's 2.5 and you can't go do dinner or lunch because you have to pay for parking? Or, oh, by the way, you can go out here, which I do tell all of them there's free parking everywhere. But then, yes, it does make it no longer a destination. It means, hey, enjoy the downtown. Take a walk, take a stroll. Please consider all of these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Sharon Foster. I live at 355 Partridge. I am your volunteer downtown ambassador. I am the least important person in this room. But what's important is the people, the locals, and our visitors and our employees. I've spent 3 years walking, talking, listening. And these employees are some of the hardest working people I have ever seen, from 17 to 72 years old. We have a couple of upfront nice parking lots for them. That is the exception. I asked them, why don't you use the parking? Their excuses are valid. We've had women attacked. We've had tires busted because the parking lots are dark, they're dirty. Homeless people are trying, they love them because they're dark. They can sleep, they can get some rest. Women travel from where they work to the parking lot with a couple of dollars in their hands so they can deal with someone and hopefully get away without being hurt. Would you ask your daughter, sister, mother, grandmother to work like that? These are the people, I would never recommend some kind of an employee walkout, but can you imagine if the employees, the people that are making the least in this town, can you imagine if they weren't there for one day? All over the country, we see where, be patient with us, we're having trouble keeping our store stocked with employees, staffed. We rarely have that. These are quality people, and I'm really tired of the finger being pointed at them and being told, this is your fault. You're lazy. You're too lazy to walk 4 blocks in the dark with your purse. So yes, thank you. I really wanted to stand up for them because no one hears their voice, and they're afraid. Someone said, well, why don't they just show up at the city council? Most of them are very young. They cherish those jobs. They don't know if they'll be ostracized from their community if they do that. Do you remember being 17, 18, 19, 20, your first job? How insecure you were? How badly you wanted to please? And I think it's time we give them some respect. I asked them, do you have ideas? They do. They have very good, valid ideas. Well, when I was in college, they would have a shuttle for us. We're not talking a fleet of limousines. We're talking a vehicle, a couple hours in the morning, a couple hours in the evening. That is not the placenta, that does not fix everything, but they have good ideas and we need to listen to them.
Thank you.
And stop blaming them.
Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Scott Howenstein. I reside at 2735 Vine Street. I have been downtown working since the 90s. I opened McClintock's. I used to come out on Friday, Saturday night from working at about 9:30, 10 o'clock, and my car would be the only car out on the park. The idea that our downtown is dying and not thriving, I find hard to connect with when I look at the blocks of businesses and the amount of parking that we do need. I also now currently work at 711 12th Street. I look out on the park every day. This parking program is actually a success. You asked Councilman Strong if the turnover is there, if the employees are no longer parking there. The answer is yes. 2 weeks, it's going to get way worse. 14% is going to be nothing. I remember when they parked corner to corner 8 hours a day and there was no turnover. And this parking program came from downtown business people who were upset with that type of parking. This isn't some conspiracy that these folks came up with. It was born out of a need to make our downtown turn over, which it now does, or it has. And I know that there's a little bit of a bump, but the reality is we're in a slow season. People are going to bump up their staffs for these restaurants. When it's 105 degrees, they're going to be parking around the park, and it is going to turn into a parking lot, just like it was before. You're not going to get anything that's going to go back to nothing and be effective. That's not going to happen. It's going to be worse than it was. Is this program perfect? No, you should keep the 2 free hours. It's very significant. You should keep the fees as low as you possibly can. It's significant. But we need a parking program downtown. If we do not have it, it's going to turn back into a parking lot. Glen Air was one of the companies, but we now have a number of businesses that are operating long hours. I'm sometimes down there 6, 7 in the morning, 8, 9 at night. We now have traffic all of those times. We need to regulate it. It might not be perfect the way it is, but it is a necessity. It's a good program. I sat through the series of public engagement courses that y'all had. I listened to people's input. I know you hired real professionals to get to these answers. Maybe some of the procedural things were off, but we need the parking program to come back as quickly as we can, revamp it, make it right, make it work for the people, but do not abandon this program, because when you do, it's going to be a parking lot out there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Linda, welcome.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I always can form an opinion. And after listening to everybody, I do agree that the liability should rely on whoever legal counsel, you know, we want you to look out for us. That's it. That's it. Whatever decisions you make, look out for us. And all I've heard tonight is something very simple, that we care, as the constituents, we care more about the tourists than the council does. Because you see them as money, and we see them as people, customers, coming here to spend time in wine country with their family, going all to beautiful. You guys absolutely have beautiful attractions here. Why ruin it? So it saddens me to hear so many people saying the same thing. You guys don't listen. We asked you not to do it this way. We would like it to be done this way. And they get the draconian no. We're going to do whatever we want. And that's fine, because elections speak loud. We got 3 seats up in November. And I see a room full of people who are so incredibly passionate, it's unbelievable. I've never seen any of this in my lobby life ever. That they come out of their lifestyle from all over the city to say, please reconsider this. Some people like it. I don't know how much they paid them. Some people don't like it. I don't really care, okay? I come from the big city where there's parking everywhere. I would just urge the council to look. How many cities have 33,000 people require a paid parking program? Can it be tabled for 6 months to a year and it be reinvented with the actual public input, and it come back when we're a city of maybe 45,000? I don't know. I don't know what your answers are, but I think that if you guys at least listen this time a little bit, not be offensive, defensive, because people don't like the program. That's not what government's about. And I'm speaking as a 30-year government employee. It's the only job I've ever known. I walked into the state at 18 years old. We are mandated by government services to treat everybody with respect. I said that earlier. So I hope that you guys actually respect the public here, your constituents. We voted for you. Okay? We voted for you. And I hope that you just whoever has an ear, let him hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, I think you've already spoken,
Yes, I have.
so I can't let you. Everybody's got 3 minutes. I'm sorry. Welcome, sir.
My name is Peter Byrne. I'm a resident of Kyler Canyon. That gentleman who just left, he spoke before and did a very good job. The parking program is a complete failure and it needs to be terminated. I'm not sure you can even modify it. The modifications that were up here earlier, very complicated. I mean, it's crazier than it is now, I think. So I say free parking, like some other people have said, everywhere. However, that doesn't solve the problem of employees parking too close to the places of where they work. So I'm thinking possibly you need to have small employee parking areas scattered throughout the city that are well lit, close by, so people won't have to get out of their cars or get out of their work late at night and walk very far in an unlighted area. So some of that might be considered to be put in, but otherwise just have free parking everywhere. So I think that's the way to go. And since some people are yawning, I think I'm done.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
But don't, stop beating a dead horse. I mean, this is crazy. It's time to stop.
Yes, sir. Gina, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Gina Fitzpatrick. I'm with Paso Robles and Templeton Chamber of Commerce. Of course, we're not the popular vote tonight, but I am here before you speaking on the behalf of the businesses that felt uncomfortable coming forward tonight. We had several businesses come to us and let us know that they are in favor of a parking program. That originally is what the Chamber advocated for as well. Our Board of Directors had several healthy discussions and came to realize that a parking program is always needed in the downtown of Paso Robles. We've all seen what happens when there isn't a program in place, hence why we are here tonight, because a parking program was finally the result of businesses that felt that their customers were not able to approach their businesses because of the massive amounts of vehicles that were in the downtown on a consistent basis. We all know this, and I don't know that this parking program as it stands is exactly the way that the community is hoping that a parking program would be, but at the same time, we still believe that a parking program is necessary. Again, the Chamber advocated for Tuesdays and Wednesdays free and thought that that may be a good solution as far as staffing, et cetera. So should you choose to move forward tonight, we hope that the decision will be for a system that will work for everybody and potentially some changes to the existing program. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. I think it's about time for
Mayor
a break.
Hammond.
Oh, do we have anybody online?
Online callers.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
First
All
up
right.
is Jan Albin.
All right, Jan. Jan, can you hear us?
Hi. Good. Yes, I can hear you. And you, me?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Gosh, here we are again. But so what do we have and know here tonight? We know that laws were broken with the implementation of this program, no matter what the city attorney claims. We know that in November 21st, 2023, at the city council meeting, when a vote was proposed, because it was not on the agenda for a vote, but rather for discussion only, it was clear to the substituting attorney, Isaac Rosen, that it was improper to proceed. He stated that for the record, but proceed you did. We know there was a very clear violation of the Brown Act that was immediately addressed by Councilman Strong and supported by Councilman Bosch. But out of defiance, it was ignored by you other three. Substitute Attorney Rosen agreed with those stated objections, and that is a matter on record. We know that when the first chair, City Attorney Ms. Hull, returned from vacation, she was told to go forward, and she did. We know that her job, her primary responsibility, is to cover the backsides of the City Council. It is not to protect the citizens of this city. Well, mission accomplished, Ms. Hull. We know that 3 members of this City Council and the City Manager have a vested interest in seeing this parking abomination continue. We know that the ordinance for this program had its first reading back in June of 2018 with the direction to come back for a second reading and further discussion. We know that it was not brought back for a second reading to allow for further discussion or public input, but instead was put directly on the consent calendar by the previous City Manager for Council's approval, which of course you did. No doubt Council will respond by saying, I've got my facts wrong, but I don't. We know this meeting tonight is just a legal formality. But we also know that if you go forward with this program as you propose, you will continue to harm the downtown businesses. They've told you that loud and clear over and over again. Your constituents have told you they are not coming downtown because of this program. We know that you're harming the good name and reputation of this town that everyone has worked so hard to preserve and protect. So instead of being known as a world-class wine country tourist destination, we'll be known as the little town whose City Council cared more about the proceeds from issuing an abundance of $50 tickets written in the pursuit of a robust revenue stream. The objection to this program has never been about paying to park. It's always been about the program in general, the kiosks and the phone app. They are cumbersome, confusing, and unwelcoming.
Jan, can you summarize,
The decision
please?
you make tonight will... I will, yes, thank you. The decision you make tonight will be your legacy. You can abandon this program as we've been asking you to do for years and receive our gratitude, or you can go forward with your plan, keep it, and continue to engage in this contentious, ongoing battle with the people and businesses you profess to love and care about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Do we have anybody else
Next.
online?
The next speaker is Kevin Segal.
Heather, go ahead.
Good evening. I'll make it quick so I know y'all want to go home. Long story short, I like to go to the park with my kids downtown. My son has autism. He really depends on having that social interaction with the kids that are down there. The other parks don't have a lot of children down there on a daily basis. I've been downtown 4 or 5 times since this parking was taken away. Everyone has been very happy about it. I personally get kind of paranoid if did I forget to do the parking? Or I'm more concerned about paying my parking when it was in place than getting my kids to the park and doing what is fun. To address the concerns about the employees getting to the parking lot, why don't we not just have a couple officers run through downtown, go by the parking lots, make them feel safe? There are easier solutions than doing $1 an hour from the start. I don't feel like I should have to pay that money just to go to the park. And then I'm going to leave immediately after. I'm not going to go down to Park Cinemas like I did this weekend. I'm not going to go to Odyssey like I did. I'm not going to go and spend money here. I'm going to go somewhere else. And I've already got contingent issues with the school district. I'm considering just leaving Paso Robles. I'd like to stay. But I see over and over and over again the government and the governing bodies in this town not listening to the constituents. Like people said, we voted you in, we could vote you out. Please listen to us. You've gotten the input that you need. The amount of cognitive dissonance that will be present if you vote to put this program back in place will just be astounding. And people will remember that, and we will run somebody, and you will be voted out. So that's my 2 cents. I stayed up extra late just for this. I got to be up at 3 a.m, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Kirk McCanyo.
Okay. Kirk, can you hear us? Kirk?
Hello, this is Lisa McConyo.
Oh, Lisa, go ahead.
Hi. So I just had a real quick comment. I'm sitting here listening to the back and forth, and I'm confused as to what the point of the parking program actually is. For the fact that the community is unhappy with it, the businesses say it's hurting their bottom line, and as far as I can tell, the city still hasn't made any money on the parking program. We have a house on 14th Street, which is 14th and Pine, and the first free parking in downtown. And in addition to those other things I mentioned, we can no longer park in front of our own property because it is the first free parking. So we get to know all of the employees in town, all very nice individuals working a lot of hours, but they take up the parking in front of our residents most all day and most all evening. So my point is, yes, it's hard to understand what we're trying to accomplish here. I think some pieces of the parking program might have been productive and well-intentioned, but I do think it has to be really reimagined and not just tweaked here or there to be successful. The 2 hours free parking really feels minimum to me for the locals, because we are the ones that like to run to Mosley Company and House of Mosley and go eat, and grab a coffee at Spearhead and Amsterdam and etc. So those couple of parking hours of free for the community, I think, is something that needs to stay. That's about all I have.
Great. Thank you, Lisa. Anyone
Thank
else?
you.
Thank you.
No other callers.
No other callers. Okay. I think we'll go ahead and close then the public comment after about an hour and a half of testimony. And let's take a break. And let's get back here at 10 minutes. Everybody, please take a seat. We're going to get back to work here.
Please sit down.
Fred. Okay. All right. Okay, we're back now to council discussion. And we've heard all the testimony from the public, and we want to now bring it back to council for discussion and or deliberation on whatever we want to do here. So who would like to begin? Anybody want to have a start on this? Fred, go ahead.
Yeah, it's interesting because we're here discussing parking, and I keep seeing parking all over the place, not just here.
Mr. Mayor, I don't mean to interrupt everybody. Did you want to answer any of the questions that were raised by the community? Or how do you want to do that?
Okay, there was a few direct questions, and if you have some answers, I wouldn't mind doing that real quick too, just get them in front of us.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Clive and some of the questions that he asked that were pretty direct that probably are worth exploring. Ms. Hull, can you remind me of those? I think you had. I don't want to mess them up.
Sure. Well, there were a whole slew of them, but one of the questions I believe that Clive asked was, why are we not repaying all the fines?
Correct. So the recommendation from staff on this, and Ms. Hull can go into a further explanation on that, is basically the process in the government code goes back 12 months, which allows us to, facilitate what we presented today. Now, there are numerous reasons, and I'm sure that none of those are going to make people happy as to the reasons why it's difficult to go back more than 12 months and or ask for supporting proof of this. One of the reasons is why is our vendors, we've had two now, Way to Park and Flowbird, both do not maintain that information going back in perpetuity. So when you enter your information into the kiosk or into a mobile app, that information is stored with those particular vendors. All the money for a month goes into a 30-day escrow, comes to the city once those parking charges are made, and they delete the information. They do not maintain it for, at least that's what they're telling us, they don't maintain it for any period after that. In addition, we have record retention rules within the city that a lot of our records at the police department are purged. So if you wanted to go back 4, 5, 6, 7 years, you can go back a lot. A lot of that information, we just don't have the means to maintain that information, so it gets purged. Thirdly, in these kind of events, when you have those kind of records issues between bifurcated entities, it's prudent to make sure that just as anybody else in this room or any other business would say, we need proof that, hey, you pay this and we're going to give it back. That's also going to be important when we pursue cost recovery, which I think was the second portion of that. So we do have E&O insurance options that we're going to pursue depending on the amount of the refund. So at the end of all of this, we're going to have to see how much the city paid these folks back and then make a determination on the best way to recover that money, whether that's talking with BBK about their ability to step up and help us because there was an error made, and we're having those discussions with them as well, or whether it's pursuing an insurance claim on that, or whether a portion of that should be funded from the city coffers. So that hopefully answers those two particular questions regarding the parking program and why we're not going back and our relationship with BPK.
So follow up on that. Most of us either have or are associated with a business. There are record retention requirements IRS makes all of us adhere to, whether we have the space or the storage or not. So I'd like a question asked of both our vendors, which IRS record retention act do they follow? They have to be assigned to something. So I find that explanation somewhat dubious.
They have I'm quite positive that they're going to have all their revenue records to be able to prove payment. I'm just reporting back where we are with the particular process and what led us to the decision points today. Whether or not the validity, the veracity of any of those, it's being echoed throughout the industry that's the way they maintain records.
IRS might want to know about that.
Okay. Sure they might.
Same thing.
I was going to bring it up later, but on this same thing, we keep the license plate information. So for the last year at least, we should know exactly whose license plate got a ticket.
We do not maintain the license plate information. What we maintain is the citation license plate information.
Well, that's
so
what
for
I
the
mean.
last year, we'll be able to.
That's what I mean.
We'll be able to cross-reference any claims that are made for both if they paid any type of fine, which they'll provide proof of, and whether or not they had a ticket.
Well,
and be able to do it that
Isn't
way.
it true though? If they don't pay the fine, they get a warrant for their arrest, and they have to go to court and they get fined in addition.
In some cases, there's scofflaw that requires X amount of tickets. It's more than just getting you'll get sent to collections before you probably end up getting a warrant for your arrest.
Oh, really? Oh, all right. Interesting.
Okay. Is that pretty much the questions that I heard too? There's about
if there was others, happy to go down. I saw Ms. Hall making more notes than I did.
Sure. So there was a question as to when the second reading would be. So if it's adopted tonight, the second reading would be at the next city council meeting.
Mm-hmm.
There was a question about why we're requiring proof to give a refund, which I think you've addressed. Why we're requiring a form. Again, we need the documentation. There was a question about how many downtown parking spaces there are for employees.
So again, anybody that would like information on our parking program, we have maps that have the employee parking spaces mapped out. So you have a complete parking lot on Spring between 11th and 13th, 12th and 13th Street. Over right next to La Petite Canaille and in that area. You have one at the railroad lot, which is behind Pine Street Saloon in that area. And then we have another lot right next to the train station that's free parking as well. So that one we used to be employee parking, but we found the employees didn't like walking down there, so we just turned that into a free parking lot along with City Hall. So those are all available not only for free parking, but for employees. I can tell you, working in City Hall every day, there are lots of employees that take advantage of the City Hall parking lot to be able to utilize free parking there. In addition, as has been noticed, there's over 1,000 free parking spaces around the downtown core that can be utilized by anybody, including employees.
I think Mr. Pinder had a couple other questions. I think I captured these correctly. He wanted to know about Main Street and the Chamber's opinion. And then the other one was, would there be some kind of a outside council review of the proposal from BBK?
Great. Thank you for reminding me of that. I am unaware, and I checked with some folks. To my knowledge, Travel Paso has not come out against the parking program. In fact, they've taken a very similar position as the Chamber, saying that a parking program is required. And until the council settles on something, I don't know that, that we're going to get a clear definition. I think they partnered with the Chamber and advocated for some free parking days and some other things as well. So, but to my knowledge, they have not come out against the parking program as indicated. Regarding BBK, I believe the mayor is been authorized by the council to sign a non-conflict order with BBK in order to represent us through this, and that was a council that the decision made by the council. I'll spit it out.
Can you describe with that a little more detail?
What would you like to know?
So does that preclude us from seeking outside counsel, or is that going to be in-house with BBK? Who's going to do the outside review?
So the BBK in Elizabeth Hall is council's representative for the city. She was not party to the first action, even though BBK was. She'll be taking the lead on behalf of BBK, along with support that's needed to be able to make any any type of additional reviews or to handle this. If there is, the council at some point feels that that's not in the city's best interest, then council can always take some sort of action to follow up. But at least as of right now, that's the way we're proceeding, based upon council direction.
Thank you.
Ty, question that I have, just to reiterate that this issue was found by the city staff and our legal counsel.
Absolutely, and I think that's worth reiterating is that even though my fingerprints are on this all the way back to the inception, I can tell you that as this program was developed, it was direction from the city council to the then city manager to the police department to stand up a parking program, to bring back recommendations. As part of that process, because of the lack of parking regulations that we had in the city, we went to several conventions, ended up with a consultant that was highly recommended, that came back and held the workshops, drafted ordinance information, parking regulations, and presented that over a series of workshops and council presentations, which culminated with the council saying, we don't necessarily like that program, but we want to make some changes. And those changes were what eventually were implemented by the council. And at that time, there was a city attorney that was here that had worked for BBK at the time, that no longer works for them, that handled that along with the city manager that was here at that time. That program was implemented, which was, has been modified over the years until we came to the November 21st, where there was a wholesale change in the pricing structure, which was again handled by BBK. And as we said, the city's position on this is we feel very solid that there was no Brown Act violation, that there was no violation of the vehicle code as referenced in some of the correspondence the city has received. Nonetheless, as part of that process, Ms. Hall and myself, we said, we need to make sure that we're on solid footing with this ordinance from soup to nuts. And we initiated a review of that, and a comprehensive review. And as part of that review, Ms. Hall and her team identified, as I think one of you put it, that there was a line for the I, but it wasn't dotted on top, which was a technical error in the way that the map that you approved was adopted. The ordinance originally had three options to be able to adopt changes. One was a PRMC update, two would have been adopting a resolution, or three was minute order. The minute order covered several items within there, but it wasn't solid for the map. So that was what was identified, and since then, that's why we're bringing this back today, to make sure that it's adopted properly as required by the municipal code, and that's what we're bringing forward to the council tonight.
Well, again, I want to commend council for taking the action that we are doing to stop and fix and suspend until things are correct. But
again, I think from the city's perspective, Mr. Mayor, is that we are more than willing to own it when we make mistakes. Mistakes will happen in city government. It's inevitable. There are hundreds of people working for the city, working on hundreds of complex legal issues. And I would say the majority of the time we get it right. And that is in large part to the fantastic representation that Ms. Hull and BBK provides the city. And so it's unfortunate that this, incident was identified, but we're more than willing to remedy it if that's what council's direction is. Again, this is a council decision on all of these points. We're bringing you an outline based upon the direction we received in the past regarding parking, and bringing you the information that you need to make an informed decision on what the council feels is in the best interest of the community and the parking program.
so as to our recommendations that we have to go over, basically the three that we see here, if we were to move forward on these three, that would get us back on track to moving back into a program that is legally viable and that we can implement at a date certain.
Again, that was the purpose of the entire review, is not only to determine whether we were in compliance 4 years ago, but also moving forward prospectively, making sure that it's current based upon current case law, based upon best practices, to be able to ensure that we could stand up a program on April 5th to be able to move forward as council directed on November 21st for $1 an hour parking from minute one, and to improve all of the things that you asked us to do, including signage. And that is why we brought you back the options today and not additional options, because that was not our direction.
Very good. All right, let's get any questions. Sharon, you want to have any questions? Brett?
No, not questions. I was going to make the comments that I started to make.
Okay.
Before.
So, Gregory, any questions?
I'm going to make a comment. Can I do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So
Okay, he's going to go first.
I'd like to make a comment before I start. To say that this council doesn't love our community is crazy. John, Fred, Sharon, myself, and Chris have all lived here a long time and put our lives into this city. Entire lives. My kids were born, raised, graduated, and now are in business here themselves. I fully support all the businesses downtown personally, and all of us do that. We love this town. But sometimes there's going to be a difference of opinion, and I'm going to leave it like that. But I'd want to please encourage people to stop criticizing the council and try to come up with good ideas. On the ad hoc, the reason why I'm so adamant about this parking program is I've lived through it. I've talked to several people who've lived through it. The statistic from the number of employees downtown from Main Street is 700 employees at the peak of summer. You have 400 parking spots downtown. And believe me, it was a nightmare. I have heard so many people outside of the people here tonight thanking us for doing the program, and that's the purpose of doing this. There's another statistic that's really important. We have 2.2 million people coming to our town to visit every year. That is a lot of parking. And the other thing I want to pass along on that is we are opening up to unlimited senior parking, and nobody talked about that tonight. But senior parking solves all the issues of people trying to park downtown because they can park wherever they want. So anyway, that's my comment for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fred?
Yeah, and what I started to say before we went to questions was, since we started this whole thing, I've become much more conscious of parking, and I do a lot of travel, as you know. So I was up in Seattle about 2 months ago for a meeting, national meeting, and because we're in parking, I noticed this billboard, and it was, "Come back to downtown. The parking is free." Well, why would they have a billboard saying the parking is free if it wasn't already? Obviously, they must have discontinued paid parking. So they're trying to get their people back down. Oddly enough, today, I'm traveling down I-5 and I get to City of Commerce, the biggest shopping center in the whole darn area down in Southern California. Big billboards right in front. "Our parking is now free. Enter here." They're discontinuing paid parking. I don't see anywhere that's instituting paid parking. But I don't understand why. We've had a tradition since the city began of having the parking free. And I think there are other programs we could put in rather than paid parking that could still solve the downtown issues. We talked about a shuttle at one point. At least it was brought up. It was never really discussed. It was never really pursued. The idea wasn't even pursued. I even had a free shuttle offered to us, but nobody even wanted to hear about that. So I just don't understand why we're doing this. Thank you.
Sharon, do you have comments? Okay. Yep.
I still have questions.
You bet. Go
Okay. And I'm not sure if this was in one of Mr. Lair's letters or another person suggested that if we do go back to the vehicle code option and correct that deficiency, that the parking program has to be submitted and approved by a state organization. What do you think about that? Is that an accurate statement?
That is not accurate.
So we can just do it on our own ordinance?
We can. Vehicle Code Section 22508, subsection C, requires you to submit it to the Department of Transportation, but that is only if you are trying to impose parking on a state highway. We are not imposing
On a
parking
state
on a state
highway.
highway.
Thank you. When this comes back as a second reading, will this be a standalone motion? We won't try to bury it in a consent agenda.
Oh, it'll be on a regular agenda for sure.
Absolutely. Well, back in 2019, that was a complaint that it was on a.
I get it.
Second reading was consent agenda.
I have no problem not putting it on the consent agenda. I will say that it's common practice, second readings, the majority of the time without a,
Understood.
There are exceptions. It's not a problem for us to put it on the normal agenda, and it would be pulled anyway.
Thank you. Going back, and I know you guys don't like it when I do this, but going back to the school board and the grand jury investigation, and we were questioned, why didn't you have outside counsel review this? And I just want to keep that option on there. Let's get to whatever final we're going to do. And before we pull the trigger, make sure that we have an outside counsel. Have Elizabeth and BBK draft everything, send it out, have a quick look-see by somebody else, and bring it back. Another set of eyes can only help. And then just as a comment, and just to tag along what Councilmember Strong suggested, there are other programs. This might be a good time to pause and consider. I'm looking at a document dated June 19th, 2018, from Ty Lewis, who is then acting police chief. There's an awful lot of options on here that were recommended. I was part of the parking discussion. I can't remember that far back how many of these were actually formally discussed, or maybe this was edited down by council. I don't know. But there was a lot of really good ideas on alternatives, including timed parking. So just bring that back for something that we might want to consider.
Okay. Good. All right. Well, I'll go ahead and start a little bit. For the record, I do not like parking at all either. However, wherever we go sometimes. But I still clearly remember back in the day of 2016, 15, 17, in that range, that we were getting so many calls. People who were on council, Fred and Steve will remember that, the fact that we were getting so many calls saying there was no parking. Build a parking structure. Okay. So we actually took on and we got a analysis, basically what's going to take to build a parking structure right here on our own parking lot, because we own the property already. There's other locations too that we planned for and kind of thought about. But at any rate, came back to the fact that clearly we don't have enough money to do it, even in the general fund to do it. We would have to be a bond situation to support something like that. I personally think that if we had a parking structure, Paso rolls would be set for the next 100 years. But who's going to pay for it? Unless you have parking that's paid on the street already, no one is going to park in a parking structure that has to be charged for. So the first step is always to manage what's on the street first. Once we did that, we all of a sudden had people calling us saying, thank you. I have a spot that I can park next to the store I want to visit. And it actually created a better movement for business, I think. And I've been doing business for 44 years. Again, I've been taught that you need to get more people coming through that threshold. The more you have, the more opportunity you have to make a profit. If you have somebody that's visiting town or has come into town and wants to visit a store that there's no parking anywhere, do you think they're going to try and walk 3 or 4 blocks to come back to it? Probably not. So by putting a required type of plan in place, Now we have an opportunity to tell people who want to park there all day that you can't do it unless you want to pay for it. It worked. And I believe that everybody's so passionate, and I really appreciate everybody coming tonight because, again, it's clear everybody's passionate about this. But there are a lot of people that contacted us also on the other side of the fence saying thank you for doing what you did. To me, I applaud staff for finding a problem and bringing it up. It would have been so easy just to forget it and continue on. But we follow the law, the letter of the law. And that's when you see a problem, you got to fix it, you got to stop it right there. And that's what we've done for the last 2 weeks. This is a time to get us back on the tracks, get this program back to point where it will pay $1 for the minute one. If we do that, you will start seeing revenue where it will be in the black and eventually be able to make revenue enough to put down into the downtown parking area again where we can start revitalizing and investing again. Hopefully for a parking structure in the future. It's way down the road, but at least you have the first step being done with some sort of a time parking in the downtown core. People that say they will not visit downtown, I'm a little upset about that because, again, are they that lazy that they can't walk more than a block and a half or two, unless you're elderly? But then we have programs for the elderly. We have anybody over 65, unlimited. If you are in our city limits, you can buy a senior pass and you can come downtown and park anytime you want. We also have 30-minute free parking at the end of every block. Again, all these opportunities for people that want to come down and visit for a few minutes and leave, they don't have to get into the parking system. So we've done a lot to make this parking plan work. Again, going back to the point where there was a dot on the top of that I that wasn't marked right, and we're fixing it. But I think, again, my opinion, I would like to get this back into place, let it sit for a year, then come back and visit again. This is always going to be an issue no matter what. It's not going away. But after 12 months, we'll be able to know really where we are, because we have never had any data with 2 free hours of parking. We never knew how long that car stood and parked there after. Now we have a way of tracking that and understanding just how long that session will be and how long that space will be turned over, how many times a day. So there's a lot of data that will be gathered here in the next 12 months that I think is going to be very valuable for council to really understand that, we look at other cities that are paying, $4, $5, $6 an hour for their parking spaces. All we're trying to do is break this thing even and pay for the staffing that it takes to manage the system. And if we start making a little profit on that, that's fine too. But the point is, let's get it in the black, pay off the $600,000 roughly that we still owe from the general fund, and move ahead. That's my plan. So we have before us 3 different items here to talk about and discuss. Anybody want to go ahead and make further discussion?
I'm going to go. I have a question.
Let's go back around. Go ahead. Let's start, Chris, again. You want to come on down?
Sure. And thank you for the nice segue. 2 points. Since 2018, a lot has changed in Paso Robles, including the success of Travel Paso, Chamber, Main Street, Wine Alliance. They have really done a great job of attracting visitors, and that's a good thing. Good for all of us. It needs to be managed, but it generates a lot of TOT tax. If we do decide to consider a structure, I think part of that conversation needs to be maybe we can divert part of that TOT tax into a bond repayment. I'd like to have that part of a future discussion. And then I meant to ask you this earlier, Ty, I forgot. The 14% of those employees that are currently parking in downtown, is there a comparison to employees that parked there during the 2 free hour period, the previous parking era?
We're going to crunch those numbers. I know there was a lot of people upset and wondering why we're doing that. Our parking people have plenty of time right now to be able to collect statistical data. So that's the reason why we're out there trying to understand people's parking habits and patterns when there is no parking program in place. That information was readily available because we know we have a number of employees that purchased employee parking permits. It's not to say that the majority of them do. I think we heard from people that heard they take advantage of free parking all over the city. So not all of those people necessarily are reflective of the amount of people downtown. But what we do know is over a 3-day period, busy holiday weekend, that we were able to identify at least 14% of the parking spaces were occupied by what we would consider to be likely employees because of the amount of time they park there and the frequency that they park there.
And data is always good to have, especially when you can't compare it to past trends. That's really what I'm asking. Is there a way to go back and look at the scanned license plate data and reverse engineer that back to see how many of those from a year ago were employees?
I don't know the answer to that as we sit here today, but I'll find out the answer and get it back to you.
Thank you.
Good. Pro Tem Prager?
Yeah, I do have one question. I thought Chris brought up a good point on the parking zone regulations and authority. Under authority of California Vehicle Code, City Council establishes a range for parking rates between $1 and $5 an hour. The city manager or their designee shall set the rate for those parking zones. But I really think we have to have City Council approve that. So I don't know how to put the wording in there. Are you okay with that?
Yep.
So can we get that?
Yeah, this sensitive subject, I think we definitely have a part of the decision as well.
You're not going to hurt my feelings.
Exactly.
It'd be
Sure.
a dangerous thing to do. So
Sure. So if you wanted to, we could revise that section to say, under the authority of the California Vehicle Code, Section 22508, the City Council establishes the hourly parking rate to be X, whatever we want.
Yeah, so between one and right. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, that would be the approval by council, is you would just
Yeah.
set the rate in the ordinance.
Okay.
I would caution council on that. Speaking as a city manager with my hat on, once you put it in there, it requires a complete ordinance rewrite when you want to change a parking, which may not be a problem, but it's going to be 30 days at least in between changing. If you set the rate and then maybe put the city manager with the direction of city council has the authority to set the rate between 1 and 5.
Yeah, that gives you a range that we can work with, but we're going to approve whatever you're going to recommend, right?
And now that we know how to do this, changing the ordinance should be a piece of cake.
We do it all the time, but we do it all the time. I just want to make sure that you understand what you're asking for when you do that. Whatever at the council's pleasure, whatever you feel comfortable with is the direction that we'll go.
All right. So we're okay with that, Elizabeth?
Let's do a straw vote on that. Fred, what do you think about that? Mark?
No. Council approval?
I think anything that we do that is at that kind of importance,
yeah,
we have to own it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Council has to own it. Whoever throws it over.
Sharon, how do you feel?
I don't have a problem with that. I also wanted to make sure that we put the changes in to strike the two sentences in 12.42.060 that we referred to, and also change the references from 15 minutes to 30 minutes.
Got it.
But no, I don't have a problem with it being a council decision.
So with those changes,
Just to be clear, Councilmember Gregory, you want it to say you're setting the rate at $1, or do you want it to say you're setting the rate between $1 and $5, and the city manager will come back to the council for approval of the actual rate?
That's what I would recommend.
Beginning with $1, since that's where we're at, not to exceed $5, subject to approval, or future changes subject to approval by council.
So the whole idea about that range is to be able to achieve 85% occupancy. Is that the main reason for it?
That's correct.
Right. Other cities do that automatically where, when at high peak times, they'll raise the prices, and then at lower times they don't. It's just a tool that they use for that, gaining that goal of 85%. Okay.
Well, we can do that a year from now.
As long as we get city approval, between 1 and 5, it's fine. You okay with that?
Yep, so we're going
Well,
to,
I mean, I'm good with beginning at $1, not to exceed 5. Any future changes, and I'll spell it out, or increase above $1, subject to council approval.
Correct.
And run that for a year. And if we need to make it a variable rate a year from now, okay, let's talk about it a year from now.
So we're going to take the city manager out of it altogether. You're just saying any changes would have to come back to council?
I like having the city manager in there, Sharon, because he may see a need to change it and be able to bring it back.
I just want to be clear how she's going to write it.
It's staff that are recommending a change because they manage the system.
Right.
They're bringing it just like
I'm
any
good
other.
with that. I just want to make sure that we have the process down right.
Yeah.
so under the authority of the California Vehicle Code Section 22508, the city council establishes a range of hourly parking rates from $1 to $5, period.
Correct.
Yeah.
The city manager or their designee shall return to council for approval of any modifications above $1.
Yes.
Yes.
I think that's good.
Good.
I'm good with that.
Good.
Brad, are you good with that language?
If it goes through, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. This is just language is all.
All right.
Okay.
So then we have the other changes from Sharon.
So the other changes would be in section
Excising 2 cents.
12060. We're going to delete the sentence that says the specific parking zone for which local parking rate regulations apply will be indicated on posted signage. A vehicle may not return to the initial parking zone or parking lot sooner than 2 hours following the expiration of the initial time period. We're going to delete both of those. And then back in 070, in subsection B, there's a sentence that says the city manager or their designee may designate certain parking spots as a maximum. It currently says 15. That's going to be 30 minutes.
30 minutes, right.
Minimum.
Okay.
You said max. Minimum.
Sounds good.
Of 30 minutes.
So with those changes, I'd like to make a motion.
No,
we're not.
no, you don't. You can't. That's why we got into this mess. Stop that.
Okay. Oh, wait.
Minimum of 30 minutes.
Okay, because during this, I mean, it was all based upon, you're saying, oh, you have some questions.
Yeah.
All right, and we were coming down this way. As we were coming down this way, though, I answered the questions I was asked, even though I don't want it at all. I mean, I gave you the answers you asked me to give you. But the reason I don't want it at all is, number one, you mentioned parking. We need it because we ever want to build a parking structure. In my national work, the whole trend, not with this generation because we're used to our cars, but the next generation isn't going to be driving cars probably. They're going to either have an automated vehicle that they're sharing with other people because they're too expensive for one person to even own, or we've got companies now starting to try to design drones big enough to carry people without even using the roads. So we don't know how long that's going to be. The next generation is going to be as different from this generation as this generation is from the past one. And the differences are fast. And knowledge right now is rising at an exponential rate. If you look at the real scientific information about how fast we are changing and learning, it is amazing. We are exceeding in a year what we used to do in 100 years, which is unbelievable. And it is. It's beyond even the human mind to generate. That's why some people are so afraid of artificial intelligence now, because artificial intelligence can now absorb it more rapidly than the human brain. And things are changing at a rate that we don't understand. Forget parking garage. It'll be so different before you ever get it paid off that you'll never get it paid for.
Fred, they said the same thing about trains when airplanes were invented. So I think we need to keep our options open.
Well, I'm not saying close off the options.
Good.
All right? I'm just saying that the information that I'm learning from the technology people and from the people who are doing these things indicates that that's the direction we're going. And this is what is actually starting to happen in other areas. Not here yet, but the Bay Area is drastically changing already, especially the East Bay. Back east, they're changing tremendously too, with more automated vehicles and with more things that are what we're just talking about. And the very fact that California now wants to go all electric and get rid of the gas automobile completely, there's a lot of factors coming into that. All of these things aren't going to happen this generation. No matter what their laws are right now, they're going to have to change those laws because it's not going to work. But this program, I think we have better options than this. And this is so unpopular. If we really listen to the testimony tonight, you want to talk about getting that extra money and something happening? Listen to how much the business has risen just since it went back to free parking. How many people are coming back? What the profit margin has gone up by just in a week. We're going to make more money without the paid parking on sales tax revenue than we're ever going to make from the paid parking. Now, as far as the employee problem, that's a whole different thing. Maybe we do need to buy that property between 13th and, 14th? Off of Railroad? No, not Railroad, but Pine Street. That's being offered for sale. It's up for sale right now. It's big enough probably for another 100 spaces. And I don't know what they're asking for it, but I think that would be worth looking at.
It would take longer to do that.
Not necessarily. That might be cheaper than a parking garage.
Okay.
But anyway, I think there are many other things we could look at without this. And I still can't support paid parking.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. Chair?
I think we've pretty much talked it out tonight with everybody. I have to tell you now, sometimes it doesn't seem real scientific, but I went downtown today between 3 and about 3:45, and I counted all the spaces on Spring, between Spring and Pine, Pine to 12th and 13th, 13th Pine to Park, Park 12th to 13th, 12th and 11th on Pine. 222 spaces. Of those, 170 were filled. I then walked around the downtown and I looked in the stores. There were 4 people in the restaurant at the corner of Pine and 12th Street. There was nobody in any of the stores until you got to the manicure place. There were 2 women in there. There were 2 people at the sushi place. There were 2 people in the winery across the street. Nobody was in Gaucho. Nothing all the way down that street except across the street at another winery. There was a couple. There were 5 people that came out of the Mexican restaurant. There were 4 people that went into the yogurt shop. There was a total of 19 groups, totaling about 50 people. Now, I didn't look in the restrooms or in the changing rooms, but you look at that and you go, who is parking in those 170 spaces? And that's more than 14%. That's just what I did today, this afternoon. We know that it's an issue that will cover us up again. It's come time and time and time again. And it's tired. I get tired of people being the bad folks, whether it's employees or the council or the people who don't want the parking. I'm tired of the fighting, and I want to see if we can at least get a handle on this and make it work. And $1 an hour minute parking, as the mayor said, we at least can accumulate some data to see where we go. We are not stuck in the mud with this, but we have to have some consistency for a while to be able to make proper decisions. So if we're done with that, if we have the changes that we talked to Elizabeth about, I would like to move that we.
Let's talk. Thank you.
sorry.
I asked a question and then it went to discussion.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
do I get to have my discussion?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you already had
Yeah,
it.
if you're not finished, yes, let's go ahead.
Thank
Chris.
you. Not surprisingly, I'm in agreement with Mr. Strong here. I'm not in favor of a paid parking program. Yes, we've asked and answered a lot of questions. I am very concerned and based on advice of council, perhaps overly concerned that this whole paid parking program is built on a house of cards. I think we should wait until we figure out if there is going to be any potential litigation as threatened before we do much of anything. It's going to come back for a second reading, so we have that much time anyway before anything is going to change appreciably. I think that would be a good time to gather options if we want to. I don't know the mechanism. I don't propose a mechanism for doing that. But I think continuing to gather input makes sense. If the litigation becomes apparent, what are we going to do? If we started off on this in 2019 on the wrong foot, and then the changes that we made in November, those are null and void as well. I don't think we should make any hard and fast changes, including ordering signs, until we figure out where we're going with this. If we have to have a parking program, then we need to figure out how to make it work for everybody, not just the people that can afford $1 an hour. I don't think a paid program makes sense for everybody in Paso Robles. It makes sense for tourists. Okay, I'll grant you that. But I think we have to represent local people far more than we do tourists. That includes the business owners. That includes families coming down to the park. We can do that with the existing technology that we've already bought, our license plate readers. We can go to geofencing. We can go to 4 hours of free parking and enforce that with the license plate reader and a geofencing, so that if someone pulls in at 12 o'clock, they can move around that within that geofence until 4 o'clock. Then after that, we can talk about whether they want to pay per hour or be cited. I think there's options for discussion on both of those. But I can't support paid parking. Can't do it.
Okay. Okay. Is everybody finished then with their discussions and comments? All right. Then we'll move on to direction. Motion, direction.
Go ahead,
Sharon, you ready to start?
With the revisions that we've requested from Elizabeth, I would like to recommend that, do we do all three at once or just one at a time?
Just do the first one.
Introduce first reading by title only, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of El Paso de Robles, amending Chapter 12.42 of Title 12 of the Paso Robles Municipal Code to clarify the process for setting parking rates, reestablishing the downtown parking zone, and other cleanup measures.
Second, Gregory.
Okay. We have a motion by Roden, second by Gregory. Any discussion?
What exactly are we approving here?
You're approving the first reading of the ordinance with the modification that you requested regarding having the city manager come back. So you're setting the parking between $1 and $5. and it'll be $1 now. If the city manager wants to increase it or make a change between that $1 and $5 range, he'll return with a resolution for you to approve. We're going to change the 15-minute free parking area to 30 minutes. And we are striking the two sentences that I read previously in section
12.42.060. Yeah.
And then that comes back for a second reading, which means that we'll approve, vote it up or down at some point in the future.
It will be back at your next meeting, assuming it passes. It'll be back at your next meeting, normally on consent, but we'll put it on the regular agenda for a second reading and adoption. And yes, you'll have the opportunity to vote on it again at that time.
Thank you.
Understood. Good. Okay. Call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
No.
Councilmember Strong?
No.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay. Sharon, you want to do next one?
Again, recommend that we receive the report from the city manager on the implementation and signage for the new downtown parking program, once effective.
Motion by Roden. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Gregory. Any discussion? Okay, call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
No.
Councilmember Strong?
No.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
A motion to direct staff to implement the proposed process as outlined in this report to provide refunds of parking fees collected and citations from February 6, 2023 to February 6, 2024.
Second by Gregory.
Motion by Roden, second by Gregory. Any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Bausch.
So by implementing the proposed process, that means we're approving having people fill out a form, and we are approving only the 1 year with no hope of going back to the full period, back to 2019 to present, and no way of having an automated process.
This is basically through the government code section that we're following, correct?
That's correct. So a claim for an overpayment of fees would be processed as a Government Claim Act request. And so Government Claim Act allows you to go back 12 months and recoup those costs. So that's what the statute would require you to pay if someone were to file a government claim and succeed in litigation pursuit in that direction. So
Council
we're recommending not making them go through that, but just agreeing to give the 12 months back.
Okay. Chris?
Sorry to cut you off. The council, just for the record, council can increase that period beyond the 1 year reimbursement if we chose.
So the statute only allows or only requires you to pay back 1 year. If you
So
want
that's
to do
not my
something-
question, is it?
I'm finishing. The statute requires, if you were to be found to have violated the law and have to pay Government Claim Act, the statute would require you to pay up to 1 year back. If you wanted to do something different, that's within your discretion.
So is Sharon, are you open to increasing that time period?
No.
You want to keep it at the 1 year minimum?
Right. And I think based upon also what Ty has told us about the retention of records and whatnot, bodes that a little bit better as well.
IT, I think, can get around that.
I want to keep it at the year.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a motion by Roden and second by Gregory. Call for the question.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
No.
Councilmember Strong?
For only 1 year? No.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay. Then that should conclude this item for this evening until we come back again to here for a second reading. So getting close to 11 o'clock, we have one more item. I think. Actually, a few more things, but let's see if we can crank this out. So we'll close then the public hearing and move on to discussion item. Discussion item number 1 is to report to council regarding a cease and desist letter sent by Mr. Lear and request the authorized mayor to execute and send a response to Mr. Lear.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on January 16th, the City Council during the City Council meeting, a member of the public handed to the City Clerk a document entitled "A Cease and Desist Letter to the City of Paso Robles Regarding a Vote on Parking Fees on November 21, 2023." That letter asserts that the agenda item did not meet the Brown Act's mandate for a brief general description of the items to be transacted or discussed at the meeting. The cease and desist letter was not submitted in compliance with the Brown Act, and so technically the city has no obligation to respond. Earlier today, the city received by fax an amended cease and desist letter from the same person, Mr. Lear, and so that one was procedurally sufficient. And so whether or not we had received that letter, the council had directed, or we had reached out to Mr. Lear to let him know that we were going to process his cease and desist letter as though it was compliant, even though it wasn't, so that he would not have to go through the process of resubmitting. He chose to do that, which is fine. And so if you can go to the next slide, Warren. The Brown Act provides that the city may respond with an quote-unquote unconditional commitment to cease and desist from and not repeat the past action that is alleged to have violated the Brown Act. The Brown Act does this specifically to avoid unnecessary costs related to litigation over the Brown Act. And so our recommendation to you is that we file that letter, provide that letter to Mr. Lear. That it is not admission of a violation of the Brown Act. And so the statute just provides us as a mechanism to avoid unnecessary litigation. And in the interest of transparency, the city was ready to deal with this one way or another, whether we agreed or not with Mr. Lear on the Brown Act violation allegation. And so that's what we're recommending you do. Warren, can you go to the next slide? So the recommendation is to acknowledge the receipt. We can say now both procedurally deficient one and the
As of
appropriate
today.
one.
Yeah.
Sorry, the slide was written before we got the letter late this afternoon. And then, to reflect our ongoing commitment to transparency and compliance with the Brown Act, authorize the mayor to execute and send the response letter.
Okay. Any questions of staff or legal counsel?
Elizabeth, what is our unconditional commitment? Can you describe that?
It is, according to the statute, we will use those language to say an unconditional commitment to cease and desist and refrain from the alleged violation. And the alleged violation was to not have described the item appropriately.
Anything?
But no, how are you going to take any steps, any Brown Act training, anything substantive that we can do so that we can recognize when this happens?
We're happy to engage in Brown Act training. You have regular Brown Act training. You have AB 1234 training the city engages in every year.
So two of us noted that, and it seemed like it was a Brown Act violation. It really felt like a Brown Act violation the moment it was occurring. And I believe your own Mr. Rosen said so. And if you go back and listen to the tape, so one of us is wrong and one of us is right. I still don't. This is, again, a minimal legalistic response to prevent cities and government entities from being sued over the Brown Act. And I guess that's there to be taken advantage of. I'm not comfortable with it. But I don't know if our unconditional commitment means much if we don't really go out and define it. We already agree to cease, desist from, and not repeat, violating the Brown Act. We take an oath of office. I'd like to know what other steps we're going to do.
I might point out to the council that the action you're taking tonight is under the same heading, discussion items, and you're being asked to take an action. So I think what the city attorney, if I might be able to interpret, is we've noticed it in the same fashion. We're asking you to make the same decisions. It's the same way we've done it for decades at this point that I've been with the city. And the city attorney and legal teams have reviewed it and said that you're in compliance with the law. With regard to acknowledgement and receipt of the deficient cease and desist letter, we are protecting the city and the taxpayers from unnecessary and unwarranted, in this case, legal action. And you still are required to take your mandated training.
Are we, though?
Well, that's something that is a rhetorical question, it would appear.
Okay. All right. Any further questions? Okay. Anyone? Okay. We'll go ahead and open this up to the public comment period. Anyone wishing to address and have 3 minutes, come on up. We'll recognize you. Welcome, Dale.
Dale Augustin, I cannot understand why you're not recognizing Mr. Bausch's suggestion that you get a second opinion from outside counsel. You know, I have a question I asked this council many, many times, and I never get an answer. What happened to the refunds that Mayor Martin ordered for the Pioneer Day? That's the transparency of this council stinks.
Anyone else? Your name, sir?
David Nelson.
Got it.
You guys are making a motion on this, and you've posted the actual letter. But I'm assuming it's going to change because it says that the cease and desist letter was deficient. You're saying it's not now, so that's going to change.
As of this afternoon.
Again, when the staff report and the agenda was published, we did not have a procedurally sufficient letter.
So if you're going to have a vote tonight, are you going to propose what the actual wording is, or are you going to change it later? Or are you going to do like you've done tonight? Define the wording that changes and then vote on it.
Go ahead and ask your questions. We'll get the answers for you.
Well, that was one of my questions. The next question is on the letter at the end, after it says we will cease and desist. It says the city council may rescind the commitment only by a majority vote of the membership taken, blah, blah, blah. This sounds like I don't know what it's for. Some kind of legal CYA. It's probably covered by law, and I don't know why it needs to be said here. My question to whoever, why is this here? We're making a commitment to cease and desist. However, we can rescind that commitment to cease and desist. Why? Next, the last thing I think is this goes back to the purpose of the cease and desist was to not continue to do, let's see, what was it? We're going to vote on parking amounts without making an ordinance. Come back to the ordinance. We're proposed an ordinance, I guess, tonight. It's going to be a second reading. At some point, you're going to have that. You're going to define your downtown parking zone, which still to this day doesn't exist. Hasn't, right? If I'm not mistaken, has not existed yet at all. So his cease and desist also referred to November 21st, in which there was a vote for a resolution on a parking amount for that, which I propose is not valid any longer. Maybe your new things substitute for that. I don't think the November 21st thing is valid, the vote for the dollar. Sounds like you've put that into the ordinance now. That's all.
Thank you. Gary, you're first. You want to go? Go ahead.
Gary Lear, Templeton. I do want to acknowledge that I am grateful that my cease and desist letter was taken seriously. And it may have been procedurally deficient, and I will admit that that was intentional because I didn't want to be confrontational. You heard my first speeches here, and I said, this is not adversarial. I want to help you. And I appreciate the city reciprocating in the spirit of cooperation, and I'm grateful for that. Of course, I cannot make a formal response to this without conferring with my lawyer, but I do want to acknowledge that I am very happy that you took it seriously, even though it was procedurally deficient, and you did come back to me and tell me how to submit it properly. And that's really what I was hoping to achieve when I first got involved with politics here in Paso Robles. You've had plenty of examples of items properly on the agenda. If I could just pull up my phone. This was the agenda for the November 21st, 2023 City Council meeting. Discussion items, parking ad hoc committee findings and recommendations. Damian Nord, Chief of Police. I'm running out of time here. Recommendation that staff has no recommendation for this item and is requesting City Council direction. Roll call vote. There's, and I'm open. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's not about my imposing my will on the council. It's about finding out the truth. There's no listing of what exactly was voted on, which was I think the final vote was for $1 an hour parking from the first minute. There's no reference to that. I've sent you 17 pages. You'll notice that one of the cases I cited, BBK lost. And I suggest you talk to your colleagues about that and find out, get some insight from them on that. I gave you properly agendized items, and I gave you 2 cases where the court ruled in favor of the person saying there was a violation, and one where the court ruled there was no violation. And in that case, it was exactly what people expected, that the item would be on a future agenda, properly on there, that the discussion was limited. And, you've got that whole scenario in my 17-page fax that I sent this morning. I will have to consult with my lawyer and see what he says, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. Linda, welcome.
Hi, Linda Becker. I would appreciate clarification on the Brown Act, because my impression is the intent is that the agenda tells us, the public, what is planned. Is it simply a discussion? Is it for decision-making that night? I know it's really hard for many of us to get here every meeting or when there are topics of interest, and some of us submit letters. I don't know what happens to those letters. I don't hear them read here out loud so that others in the community can hear. But I think the whole intent of the Brown Act is that we have an opportunity to let you know what our concerns and issues are, if it's for discussion or if it's for decision. So that's primarily my concern when I read this, that we have a commitment to make it clear so our community knows what you're planning to present. And then again, as I said, not everyone can come. They might be working, they might have children, they have school the next day. So we want to make sure we get the input from the community when we're forming our decisions. Thank you.
Yeah, just to let you know that, your letters and all the letters we do receive, and they are entered into the record for that item. So you can find them if you search. So thank you, Linda. Anyone else?
Mayor
Okay.
Hammond, I
Yes.
have a caller that just called in. I don't have a name, but I can put them live.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's put her on. Hello, can you hear us?
I
Hello.
believe it's Jeff Carr. Jeff, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to comment on this item. I've heard all the attorneys explanation, and I still believe it was a Brown Act violation. And I never had any opportunity to respond to that action. You respond to the rate increase. It was never on the agenda. So just because we had a parking issue, that is not equivalent to a rate increase. I have some other problems with that rate increase that I'll talk to you during the next reading of the ordinance. But as far as the Brown Act is concerned, yeah, I think it's a violation. But this may make you feel happy that you're meeting any legal needs based on your attorney's opinion. But the perception is you violated the Brown Act by many people, and you had the opportunity to just come back and redo it. But the stubbornness again of probably the three majority again, that's ongoing stubbornness from them on listening to anything that the public has a concern with, has failed to do that and won't do it. But you could have very simply just brought the item back. It wouldn't have caused any pain or suffering. And instead, this is the avenue you take. It's very disappointing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, then we'll go ahead and bring it back then to council, close comment, public comment. And
Did you want me to answer any of those questions?
I was going to ask some questions there if you want.
Sure. So the first one, you are correct. The intent of the Brown Act is to provide notice so that people understand the general topics that the city will be addressing that evening. The language is that you have to include on the agenda a general description, and the intent is to provide people with notice. You can't be intentionally vague or hide things, is sort of the standard. In this case, the thing that was agendized was findings and recommendations of the ad hoc committee regarding parking. It was clear that we'd be talking about parking and how it's being implemented here in the city. The Brown Act only requires substantial compliance. It does not require us to put any recommendation. It does not require the findings or the recommendations of the ad hoc committee to have been listed on the agenda. So whether or not what was listed is compliant with the Brown Act is a substantial compliance as the standard. We believe it was. Mr. Lehrer and others can disagree. At this point, the city has addressed it through the cease and desist letter. The response to the other question was, why does the letter say what it says? It's because the statute requires it. I guarantee you I would not have written it that way, but it is word for word out of state law. And so that's just what the statute requires, so that's what it says. The intent of the paragraph that you were questioning is if at some point the city council disagrees and wants to take a stand and say they didn't violate the Brown Act, or they want to go back to noticing it the way they were doing it or whatever, they have to take a formal action to rescind before they can do that. So I agree it's cumbersome in the way it's worded, but you talk to your state legislator about that one. And I think that, was that everything? Did I miss one?
Yeah, pretty much that I got too. So, okay. And then we'll bring it back then.
So back to the motion that was made by Mr. Gregory. The agenda item was to discuss the findings of the ad hoc committee. We didn't discuss reducing the rate to $1 an hour. We didn't discuss eliminating free parking. So how does that square with the agenda item description?
The ad hoc committee discussed the implementation of the parking program. And
not reduction and eliminating the 3 hours.
Again, the Brown Act requires substantial compliance. We had to put people on notice that we were talking about the parking and its implementation. And that's what the agenda did. Again, you're not admitting a Brown Act violation with this action. You're not acknowledging a Brown Act violation. What you're saying is that you're going to cease and desist from the alleged violation, and that you're going to move forward in compliance with the Brown Act. And that's all you're saying. And that's your intent, and the outcome of that is to prohibit litigation from being filed to protect the taxpayers.
What if the litigation is filed anyway?
We will demur to it, and the court will rule on the demur. I can't stop someone from suing the city.
My personal opinion after adhering to the Brown Act for the last 10 years is that we are very vulnerable here. We are vulnerable.
Even if you violated the Brown Act, and again, we're not admitting a Brown Act violation, but even if you did, this letter cures that violation. And then you will move forward in compliance with the Brown Act, which has been your commitment for the past 10 years, I guess, and will continue to be the commitment of the City Council to comply with the Brown Act and do their best to agendize items in a way that ensures the public knows what we're discussing.
Again, what is an unconditional commitment?
It's the language required by the state legislature. Again, I didn't write that part either.
Any more, Chris? Good. All right. Further discussion and/or action?
Well,
Fred?
The only thing I'd say is we have an attorney here to represent us. She's hired to protect us, and she is giving us her best advice. On that basis, I have to accept this as her best advice to protect us. I'm not going to argue.
Okay. Anyone else? Motion, action.
Okay. So, Elizabeth, do you want me to read the entire recommendation the way it's written? Or do I just do these in two parts?
You can just acknowledge the receipt of, we'll now call a procedurally sufficient cease and desist letter, because we received one this afternoon, and then make a motion to authorize the mayor to execute and send a response letter.
So that's just an acknowledgement or a motion?
Yeah,
Correct.
number one's an acknowledgement.
Okay. So, should I make a motion that we're acknowledging? Okay, good. So I move we acknowledge the receipt of the procedurally deficient cease and desist letter. And anything else? Go ahead and do number two also.
Yep.
Okay. To reflect the city's ongoing commitment to transparency and compliance with the Brown Act, authorize the mayor to execute and send a response letter making an unconditional commitment to cease, desist from, and not repeat the challenged action without admitting any violation of the Ralph M. Brown Act.
And just for clarification, we're going to acknowledge receipt of a procedurally deficient and sufficient cease and desist letter, because we've now received two from Mr. Lara.
So we add those two comments.
Yep.
Okay, motion for Gregory and
Second.
second by Roden. Call for the question then.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
No.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, very good. And that concludes our discussion items. Moving on then real quick to city manager report. Ty Lewis.
Just a couple quick items to update everybody on. Let's see here, looking at my calendar. Last week, or actually it's been a couple weeks now, we went to the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance annual gala. Was able to present proclamation from the council honoring our Roblin of the Year at that event. It was a great event, attended by many in the community. Was happy to see that. We have a great community, and that event reflects that great community that we have. On the 14th, I ended up going to an annual city managers luncheon down in Lompoc area. It was Region 1 area where I got to meet with other city managers from across the region and receive some presentations, trade information about what's going on, and make some great connections. So those are the two outside meetings that I had, and tomorrow I have another regional city managers meeting as well. Plus lots going on within the city with regard to all the things that we talked about tonight, including preparing for this. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. And then we'll move on then to council business and committee reports. Who would like to start? I'll go this way, Chris.
Okay, we received a request from the director to include the Howard Jarvis Tax Association in the presentation. Discuss roundtable. All that. Coming in March 5th. Guys, opposed? Howard Jarvis coming in to give us their presentation.
I'm okay with that.
I will say that I'm not opposed to hearing from anybody, but I was on the committee that approved this particular action by the league, and I understand why the league did it, because they don't consider this really part of the
Prop 13, yeah,
of Proposition 13 at all, because 13 dealt with the property tax, not with this type of taxation. There's two different types of taxation. Thank you.
So we're okay to do the.
Yeah, is that a thumbs up? We're okay to bring that?
Table here.
Hmm?
And Paso Robles?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
That's the intent anyway. We'll see. Hopefully we'll get somebody on short notice. Are we, you, in the interest of time, you want to talk about our visits?
Sure.
So did a Cal HFA training on Wednesday the 7th. We all did advisory body interviews on February 8th. Thank you very much to everybody who applied. Attended the Senior Advisory Committee on February 12th with Mr. Gregory. Did Parks and Rec Advisory with Sharon Roden. On February 12th, Main Street had a goal-setting meeting. I was not invited to attend that, so I just wished them well in their goal-setting. The Paso Robles Housing Authority meeting had to be canceled at the last minute. Attended the IWA meeting with Mr. Hammond. Thanks for your advice and your pointers on that. It's an interesting group. Thank you, Elizabeth, for getting us some quiet title and Steinbeck litigation update on the 15th. Ty, thanks very much for coffee with the city manager, and thanks to everybody who came out. Those are very, very illuminating and just from a wide variety of people's opinions. So thanks for doing that. Attended Main Street's annual volunteer appreciation dinner with Councilmember Strong, and took my bride to see Valentine's Day movie, The Siegfried Girls, with Main Street on Sunday. That's my report.
Very good. Thank you, Chris. Pro Tem Gregory.
So I had a meeting with Supervisor John Pashon out at the airport, also with Mayor Hammond. And we talked about a couple issues locally, and then Supervisor Pashon is donating money to the Boosters Club to help the new sand volleyball courts.
Yes.
Competitive, state approved for tournaments at the high school. So to give more fundings, they built them, but they need some more money. So now, Elizabeth, this next question I have to ask your opinion on. We have the county is trying to put forth a half-cent sales tax, which I am strongly and vehemently opposed to. And I believe we'd have to hear from the others. But Mr. Strong is on a committee in favor of it. And how do we get him to listen to us?
I think you could agendize an item to discuss the sales tax item that they want to propose. Again, you can't do electioneering, but you can certainly have an educational item.
Okay. So could I request that on the city? So we can... You okay with that, John?
Yeah. Talk to us.
Okay. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Roden, welcome back.
Sorry, Mr. Strong. Interviews, kind of ditto for a couple of the other people. finally had to go to IT to figure out Zoom so I can join the calls with Chamber. Found out it was, pilot error here. But I was able to get some updates done anyway. Kind of slow a couple of weeks, other than the interviews and this, that, and the other. So.
Sounds like you've been doing a little walking downtown, too.
A little walking downtown, yeah.
Councilman Strong?
Yes. And I'm going to answer Councilor Gregory on what his comment was, but he is mistaken about what I said at SOCOG. However, this has been more than an 18-hour day for me, and I'm too rummy to give my full report, so I'm going to save that till next week, or 2 weeks from now.
Sure.
But on that, I did tell SOCOG that we would have to oppose their sales tax unless they were able to somehow get it exempted from preventing ours from going into effect. And they indicated through their attorney, et cetera, that there is a possibility of legislation that has been used in another jurisdiction, by the way, that did exempt the countywide tax from interfering with the placement of sales tax by the local entities. And I said that under that circumstance only could I support the countywide tax. All right? I hope that clarifies that.
All right.
Thank you.
I know you've had a long day, Fred. Long time. All right. And what I had basically is Paso Robles Basin Cooperative Committee. I think Sharon was at that meeting too. Also IWMA. Councilman Bausch was there. And nothing really more to report on that. It's just moving forward on normal business. Also had a meeting that attended the city manager's coffee. If anyone has not done that yet, it's a good idea. Again, good group of people that ask a lot of good questions. He usually has one of our directors in the city present some sort of topic. I think last time it was safety, police, and fire. And then also I had a meeting with Prashant as well. Good to catch up with the county, what's going on, and he's definitely on target for helping Paso as much as he can, so that's good. Moving forward with our upcoming events, we have Supplemental Sales Tax Oversight Committee meeting February 21st, 5:30. Paso Robles Airport Commission, February 22nd, was canceled, I believe, but you have it on here. Is that, I believe it was canceled, as I saw one. Yeah, I think it's canceled. Anyway, the Paso Robles Development Review Committee is February 26th, 3:30. Paso Robles Planning Commission is going to be February 27th, 6:30. Paso Robles City Council meeting here again, budget workshop, Saturday, March 2nd at 10 a.m. That's going to be a Saturday. And that's where we first get into looking what we're going to want to do to put into the budget. And again, it's a public input workshop, so everybody should try to attend. And then our final next meeting here is going to be Paso Robles City Council meeting March 5th at 6:30. So I don't think I have anything else unless somebody.
I have one more thing.
Councilman Greger.
So I was walking in the city downtown this morning very early, and I noticed all the helicopters on the rescue going on in the river. And I want to continually appreciate and thank our fire department and police departments for the safety of people who don't care about their own lives and put our people at risk. And as Ms. Becker said, I don't know what we can do about it, Ty, but it just upsets me when people refuse to vacate in a case of emergency when the staff is telling them. So that seems like a crime to me. So
okay.
That was it. Thank you, sir.
Agreed. Motion for adjournment, anyone?
Motion?
Second.
Got one for Roden, second by Gregory. All in favor? Aye. We're stand adjourned. Thank you.